You got time to go take a nap if you got to bear with him.
Hey, no napping on the job. Unless
Oh,
it's me. Okay. If you're in the chat room, make sure you pause the player over there. If you don't, it's going to reverb on you. And we are live, everybody. Welcome to another edition of Half Past Dead Paranormal Radio. This is the Roundtable. And I am your host, Roger Belt, and I will tell you we have Mr. Frank Lee and Mr. Scott
Hello.
Dodson.
hello.
And we have Mrs. Belinda, I want to say Blick, right?
That's right.
And
Hi
Matt.
there.
Okay. And your husband's name, I didn't catch that. So
Matt Blick.
Matt. Okay. And there's Richard popping back up with his ghost picture. Mr. Richard Rowland is with us in picture form right now of a ghostly cross.
Working on it.
He'll get here in a minute. Anyway, we were talking about, and for everybody else to see, these little cameras right here are, this is the SJ4000. I ordered 3 of the 5000s that have the Wi-Fi. But you can convert these things to full spectrum. It takes about 10 minutes or less. It's really easy to do. And I found a deal on these things for $19.75 a piece, so I got 3 of them that I'm fixing to order. But you can't beat them. The picture quality is excellent on these little things. A lot of people, when they convert those, they have problems because when you have to take that lens out, you screw it out, you know, and then you have to take the IR filter out. And when you put them back, they're really out of focus. So you have to work with them, and you turn it a little bit till you get your focus back. With that one, I left the glue on it, where, you know, in the video it tells you to scrape the glue out and you'll unscrew it, you know, and all that. Well, I left the glue ring on it so that when I screw it back in, when that glue ring hits the bottom, it's back in focus where it was. So it was really easy. And of course, I tried it out. It's got a good picture. Everything looks good. So worked really easy. Less than $20 a piece, you can't beat it.
Right.
I don't know. That doesn't seem like as good of a deal as on eBay. The ones that I found that were converted for 160.
Yeah, that's a good deal right there. You know, because it takes you 10 minutes to do it, and you're gonna gain what, $100 for that?
Give me 2 of them.
Roger, I'd pay $100 just to watch your old ass do it.
You know what? When I get the other 3, just because you said that, smart aleck. When I get the other 3, I'm gonna do a video of me converting one of those.
As long as you ain't trying to dance, as long as you ain't trying to dance, doing it and singing, I'll be okay.
But I'm gonna be. Yeah, I'm gonna be doing. Yeah, I'm gonna be. Yeah, you do this. And I'm gonna have a hula skirt on when I do it.
Oh God.
Just for you, Scott.
No, man.
And we'll watch that.
Yep.
I think we're
Just be sure to
to.
just be sure to include the part about the hula skirt in the description of the video so we know
Yeah.
not to watch it.
The video is gonna be titled "Watch Roger Convert a Small Camera Dancing in a Hula Skirt."
That's
And
a
I'm
great
gonna put,
visual, Roger.
For the benefit of Scott Dodson, I'm gonna put that on there. So.
I'll start
Okay.
slinging out dollar bills. It'll be all right.
Wow.
I have my wife in here putting dollars in my little what you call it,
Now, I
G
ain't
string
getting that
thing.
damn close to you, Roger. You'll be all right.
I can hear Scott now. I bet you convert your cameras like this for all the people, don't you?
Only if they're female and good looking. But anyway, okay, enough picking on me. But I'm gonna do that for Scott just because he said that. See.
Oh, Lord.
But anyway, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna, since y'all haven't met Miss Melinda and her husband, we're gonna let them introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about them and their team, and we'll kind of get things rolling and see what goes on from there.
Okay, you can start.
All
That's
right.
fun.
Well, I'm Matt, and you've met Melinda already, and we're Divergent Path Paranormal. We've been doing paranormal investigation for over 7 years, and we've started out on our own, just as a husband and wife duo, just recently this year, and we're looking to work with other teams and to help people and just further the research as best we can.
Awesome. Scott,
Hey.
tell these people a little bit about the upcoming exciting adventure that we have planned.
I'm not sure which one you're talking about, OSPH or you dancing in a hula skirt.
Well, me dancing in the hula skirt ain't gonna be exciting, so it's got to be the other one.
Well, I figured the husband and wife group might enjoy that. You never know.
Hmm.
I'm so good looking.
Oh,
Might start a trend on YouTube or whatever.
There you go. Hey, talk about a viral video. Yeah.
Go, Roger, go.
How many people convert a camera while dancing in a hula skirt? I don't think it's been done yet. So, you know.
It's the new challenge.
I'm hoping.
You know, there might be a very good reason it hasn't been done yet. I'm just going to put it out there.
Oh, nobody thought of it because I'm the one with the dirty mind.
Oh, Lord. Y'all ain't right, man.
There might be laws against that in some states. I'm just saying.
Yeah, there might be. I don't know. I've seen worse on YouTube videos.
Yeah.
Okay, Scott, please, sir.
Yes, sir.
Tell me a little bit about what's going on.
Well, bear with me. I don't know if my Wi-Fi is going out or what in the heck. Am I fading in and out on you guys?
No, we see you. I hear you. You're a little lower, but
Okay. I wasn't sure what was going on because whenever you was talking just then, it was just like repeating itself like a repeater. But August 20, let's see, 26th and 27th, Old South Pittsburgh Hospital, South Pittsburgh, Tennessee. It started out to be just a memorial for my wife and to help fund the COPD Research Foundation. It's turned into actually a lot more than what I expected, and I'm glad of that. I've got a lot of good friends like Richard, Frank, if you can make it, of course, Roger. I've got quite a few people and, going to be there taking up their time and going to be talking about COPD research, the dangers of COPD, especially with like Roger. I don't know how many of you guys know that Roger does have COPD, and I've been diagnosed with it myself. My wife actually passed away because of it last year at 37 years old. We're supposed to have a pretty good turnout so far. Looking at anywhere right now about 50, 60 people. Hopefully, we can get a bigger crowd coming in there here pretty soon. Tickets are on sale right now. I'm selling them all the way up, till we open the doors. I'm taking money at the door for it. 100% of the 100% of the funds. There's no proceeds going to pay anybody. There's nobody getting paid for this. I'm not even taking any money to pay myself back for the reserving of the hospital. It's all going straight to the COPD Foundation. I'm hoping this is one of many. This is going to be the first annual one, It's going to be done the last weekend of August every year, as long as I can keep reserving it every year.
That's awesome.
Wonderful.
Yeah, great.
And
But next year, I'm thinking about adding a couple this year. Next year, I'm thinking about doing something like keeping it, of course, COPD, but adding like a small jug or like a coffee can for donations for like USO, donations for like children's cancer research and stuff like that.
awesome. There's Michelle.
Hey, there's Michelle.
Hey, I've been trying to get this laptop to work. Sorry for the delay. If it, for some reason, starts working, then I'll hang up and call back on the other one. Sorry.
We just got rolling, so you ain't really missed nothing, unless of course, you didn't catch the part about me converting a camera dressed in a hula skirt, but
Yeah.
Right, you missed Roger in the hula skirt, but nothing else. Nothing to see there.
anyway, everybody, this is Michelle Fitzpatrick. She's a good friend of mine, and
Hi, Michelle.
Hey, Michelle.
she is a MUFON investigator and also paranormal investigator, so she rocks. Anyway, where were we? Oh yeah. Everybody, we would appreciate everybody that can make it to Old South for the benefit lockdown. That's going to be an awesome thing, and it's benefiting a great cause. And I will be speaking on COPD. We have some other speakers. Mr. Richard Rulin there is going to be speaking. Scott will be speaking. And
Hey, Barb, it's fine.
Richard froze again. Okay. We see you over there, Michelle. Anyway, so we got that going on in August. And
By the way, that's going to be on a Friday and Saturday night, August 26th and 27th, and we'll be leaving out the 28th.
And if you go there, there's also what's the name of that place, Frank? You told me about it, and it's real close to there. Where you had the pictures taken at the dam.
Oh,
Hell's
you're
Bar
talking
Dam.
about out at Hell's Bar Dam?
Yeah. You've also got that, which is close.
Yeah, that's stones. Yeah, that's a stone's throw from Old South Pittsburgh. Maybe 10, 15 minutes at most.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting. You can enjoy the lockdown for 2 nights, and then you can go visit the Hell's Bar Dam, and a lot of interesting stuff up there.
Not allowed to visit there anymore.
Do what?
You're not allowed to visit there anymore, from what I was
You
told.
can visit outside.
They've had a lot of issues with the group that's running the tours, and from what I've been told, there will no longer be any access to Hell's Bar Dam.
Okay, I had heard that you couldn't go inside, but I didn't think there was a problem with you taking pictures and stuff from the outside.
Well, no. You can go do it from the outside. As far as going in to investigate, though, that's been killed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard it's not stable.
But anyway, if you wanted to go by there and take some pictures out there or whatever, that'd be a fun thing to do, I think, which we probably will. As far as I know right now, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 members of my team are coming with me up there. So, yeah, we probably would enjoy going down there and just taking a few pictures and goofing off, before we head back to the lowlands down here. But anyway, it's going to be a fun time, and there will be food there, as Scott says. Everybody that wants to bring a little something, throw it in the pile, but there'll be food there. Everybody can eat. And there'll be something to drink there, and I'm not talking about alcohol when I say something to drink either, Frank.
That's
Hey,
something
hey,
right
But we might have some.
you know my motto: smoke 'em if you got 'em.
We might have some of that Death Wish coffee though.
Oh, there's definitely gonna be coffee.
Right.
I told Frank I found our coffee. I seen a picture of it. It said Death Wish coffee on it. I said, that's my stuff right there. Hardcore, you know.
Guys, gotta stay awake.
Yeah. Cowboy coffee.
Well,
You know?
hey, I found this stuff. It's by Green Mountain Coffee. It's called Black Magic, and I've kind of been hooked on that recently, and pretty good stuff. Of course, it's even better if you sweeten it with some Southern Comfort, but well, anyway, I'll tell you the rest when we're off there.
Frank has brain damage. I don't pay no attention to some of the stuff that he says. You know, I mean,
I was normal.
Hey,
I started
Frank.
hanging around right then.
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. Frank, no, yeah, Frank
Hey,
was
Frank.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There may or may not be a bottle of Southern Comfort when we get there. Just kidding. Well,
you know, in August, middle of Tennessee, it's I don't know, it won't be very comfortable if you go outside, but get too much Southern Comfort in you, you can step outside and sweat it out in about 10 minutes.
Hot here.
Yeah.
No, that's going to be a good event. That's a great.
It has been miserable here for the last, I don't know how many days. I mean, it's been, you know, heat index has been like, you know, 107 or more. And I don't even like to go outside. I don't want to go out there. But
I don't know how hot it is. My thermometer.
okay. Anyway, Michelle,
Yes, dear.
how would you like to tell everybody a little bit about yourself?
Well, Michelle Fitzpatrick from Louisville, Kentucky. I've been in the field for a little over 20 years. I've been for 3 different teams. The latest one is the Kentucky Paranormal Research Team that I founded about 5 or 6 years ago, and had an interesting investigation that has since led me to MUFON. And then I've been a field investigator for them for just 2 years.
Awesome. Now, tell us a little bit about what you've done with MUFON. I know you can't talk about certain things, but anything that you can tell everybody about.
Well, just like some, I guess, go over a couple cases that I've handled that were interesting. Of course, I can't name names or anything like that, or really locations, but I can talk a little bit about some of the things that people have seen or reported, you know, that kind of thing. So a lot of them tend to be, like lightning orbs, if that makes sense. Glowing orbs, big glowing orbs, spheres. I think a lot of time people will see things that they don't recognize, you know, different types of man-made craft that they report as UFOs, of course, and then a lot of personal experiences. Even had a lizard man come up once, and, you know, there's a lot of people who believe in the reptilians. So,
That was
yeah, they thought that it could have been a reptilian experience, so on, so on. So
Frank is a reptile. What are you talking about?
everybody to join and get involved with that, because the UFOs
That's my daughter. My coffee.
you know, you kind of don't know that that everything you come in contact with would necessarily be a dead person.
And I saw, and I don't know if it's the same thing that Michelle's talking about, but the only time that I ever saw anything personally that I can say was not of this world. We used to have a little country store where I used to live, and I'd go out there and buy cigarettes and stuff like that. Well, I went out there one day, and I was getting out of my car, and this lady was coming out to get into her car, and we both looked up, and there's like 5 of these big orange glowing balls.
Mhm.
And they were just sitting there. You know, and I'm looking at her, I'm like, you seeing what I'm seeing? And she said, yeah. And by the time we said that, they shot off, and I mean, 2 or 3 seconds, they were out of sight. They were gone. Nothing moves that fast that we have.
Mhm.
And
And
still none that I know of.
sphere being. So that is a very common report. Is everybody familiar with Dr. Stephen Greer?
I know of him, yeah.
Okay, he's renowned for his CME, not CME, but his fifth encounter. You've got like first encounter, second encounter, third encounter, fourth encounter, and then he does a lot of work with the fifth encounter. And basically, what they do is they do a group meditation, and they psychically connect with these beings. And 9 out of 10 times when his group does this, he has caught on video these spirit beings coming to him. It's really fascinating. Yeah, if you get a chance, look him up and look at some of his work he's done on contacting them. Really fascinating because they're living.
Anybody else seen anything like that that they consider to be not of this world?
A gray sphere at the Thomas House in Red Bowling Springs. Has anyone heard of the Thomas House? Great
Oh, yeah.
place to go.
Yeah.
Great place
It was.
to go.
It started out as an apparition that I saw. A man in a tan vest and black pants, but and then it turned into a gray sphere. But
Which I saw. So I didn't see the apparition, but I saw it.
Sphere, you just mean in like a gray mist, or did you see like a gray type standard alien?
well, I mean, it didn't look like an alien so much to us. I mean, I think she means more along the
Like
lines of an energy sphere, like
Like
it turned.
shot across the
Yeah.
room.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah.
But that,
I couldn't see the actual apparition because the room was kind of a half divided, and he was on the other side of the room.
Mm.
You want to tell the backstory of that?
yeah, it's in a room that supposedly there was a ladies' man that stayed in room 16 of the Thomas House, and he would invite women up there. And one day he invited a man's wife up there, and the man caught them.
Ooh.
And it turned into a fight, and the fight progressed across the hallway. He ended up
After he got shot.
He ended up shooting him and throwing him over the balcony across the hall.
Wow.
And
The ladies' man. He shot the ladies' man. Yeah.
we believe it's triggered whenever a couple stays there. We'll actually stay in that room for that purpose, and we almost always have some form of activity there.
We've seen a shadow figure in that room, but we've noticed because it has 2 twin beds and a queen size bed, and if we have like other people stay with us, there's hardly anything that happens in that room. But if we just stay in there, there's always something that happens in that room.
Wow.
Involving him.
Fascinating. I don't know. Personally, with me, with some of the things, the evidence that I've caught, it is very hard for me to believe that every single thing we run into as paranormal investigators is human. You know, so it just can't be. And I'm not talking like demons or well, we could say demonic, but not necessarily like Christian demon. And with all the theories coming out now, string theory, you know, they're finding out more and more information all the time that we have so far up to so many different dimensional levels. It's got to be possible that we bump with these. So of course these can't be, in my opinion, only all be dead humans that we're speaking to. I think we cross through to other things as well.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
You know, I'm saying that, you know, yeah, we have spirits that stick around afterwards, but not everything that you run across is going to be one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, you know, and I don't know if any of you guys believe in the like dimensional things or what have you, but um, I kind of have an idea that the reason we have so much activity a lot of the time is because they come through from another dimension into this one. And I don't know if that's where spirits go when people pass on or not, and that they just cross back and forth over. Anybody that has any information on that, please let me know, because that's something that I feel goes on, but I don't know a lot about it. So, you know.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll jump in real quick. I've got a
well,
couple.
you know,
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm gonna go take a tinkle break while you talk. I'll be right back.
well, I was just going.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
As as Michelle was mentioning earlier about string theory, and like you're just talking about, Roger, about the different dimensions. Well, if you look at string theory itself, string theory says that we live in an 11 dimensional multiverse that is ever expanding into hyperspace. Well, if if you have 11 different dimensions, then it kind of only stands to reason that at some point there would be some entryways or some type of spillways
Yeah,
between dimensions, and there would
Portals.
be some type of
well, yeah, and
things.
like she
So
said,
are all
but
good, whatever multidimensional, it really can't know, but is it a possibility? Absolutely.
what if you have like, and I'm trying to do this where you can say, like, say the one on the left here is us, and the one on the right is the next dimension up or whatever. As they're rotating at certain times of the year, um, it's thinner where they meet. You see what I'm saying? And it's easier for things to cross back and forth like that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
now, I may be wrong, but that's kind of, it makes logical sense. The Earth is rotating, right? So if you have a parallel universe and you have an Earth over there, let's say, and they're both doing this number at certain times, it would be easy for whatever is on either side to cross between the two.
I've often used the explanation,
Right.
regardless of whatever you believe it happens to be, that whatever we're seeing is because the veil between us and them is thinner
Yes.
in certain circumstances and times.
That's what I was trying to get at. When it reaches this certain point, the veil is thinner between the two. So as it's rotating, when it reaches that point where the veil is thinnest, that's when things are going to come through.
Well, let's explore why the veil gets thin at certain points. My theory is further away from the sun. I believe the sun's radiation, maybe with our electromagnetic, is a big role in that. So when we get further away from the sun, hence like around Samhain, which is October 31st, the veil seems to be the most thinnest at that point.
Right.
And so,
That's why people have more activity around Halloween time, besides putting on a costume and going out to play.
Mother lode investigation in the middle of February. So, it seems like my evidence comes through the best when it's cold.
Yeah. Well, and if you notice though, also, and I wouldn't have even realized this if I had to use been a CB operator, and that's when you talk skip is when it's cold and everything's clear,
Mm-hmm.
because you can reach further. Okay, so you know that everything is more easy accessible in the cold when everything's all cleared up. You don't have all the smog going around. You can see a million stars out there.
Mm-hmm.
That's when things are at the best point for things to come through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought that would be why is the veil thinner during certain times of the year, and that's kind of my thoughts on it. That's why I brought it up. Seems to make sense.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Anybody else think the same thing, or you got another idea?
Well,
No,
it
I'm fully convinced that the veil is thinner in October and April, almost in May. Yeah.
The solstices right around that time too, so that's interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Hmm.
And you know, if you think about that, why did these people that built the ancient temples and had the markers for the summer and winter solstice? Because that's when the energy was the highest, maybe.
I
You
think
know,
I think human experience has some effect on it as well. I mean, fluid in your skull actually can act as a transmitter for radio frequency.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes that perhaps what we experience and its effect on us, I think, leaves a trace or transmits in some way that perhaps brings it across.
yeah. You know, I find it interesting, and this is why I love all the ancient civilization stuff. Um, most of the
What about?
temples and all this stuff that they built where ley lines cross.
Oh yeah.
Why did they do that? Because that's where the energy was the strongest. And that's probably where the veil is also the thinnest. So if they wanted to talk with their ancestors for knowledge or whatever, what's the best place to do that? And then, as you said, the solstices is a good time to do that. So there they had the markers to let them know when the summer and winter solstice, was taking place. I think
let,
it's
let me,
really neat the one temple that has the snake on it. I don't know if y'all are familiar. The Mayan temple, when the solstice would hit,
It looks like
the sun hit that walkway in just the right position to make it look like that snake was going down the stairway.
Mhm.
It's really cool. That's one of the I love that stuff. I'm telling you.
Well, it's
I
funny too. If you look into the research of it, for example, the Bigfoot sightings, they usually are on the coast, and that's where the ley lines are.
Hmm.
Well, we have a lot of them here in Kentucky as well. I have a theory about Sasquatch. Seems to be wherever you have some Sasquatch sightings within a 24-hour period, you get a bunch of UFO sightings that follow right behind.
and I've heard that too.
And I'm thinking that two things. I've got two theories. Either Sasquatch is what we would have naturally evolved into if we weren't tampered with, and that's what I believe. So this is, like I said, my disclaimer, my opinion only. We would
Hey,
either
I
have
thought about that myself actually.
eventually evolved into Sasquatch, or uh, Sasquatch might be like a military style, like scout. To make sure it's okay for them to land. Because it's just quite funny that wherever you see Sasquatch for the hours, you get multiple UFO reports.
All right, you're being too quiet over there, son.
Oh, I'm
Mm-hmm.
just listening.
don't, don't you have anything you want to add in here?
Well, I mean, we've already got Sasquatch on the program. That's Frank Lee. We found him. He's been caught.
I was just on a beer. Something to think about, just to kind of throw out an alternative theory to the whole cold weather, perhaps thinning the veil. What if maybe the veil doesn't thin? Maybe it stays. This is just something to think about. Um, what if it's not the thinning of the veil, but actually the change in weather that affects? We all know that subtle energies have been studied and for thousands of years, all the way back to predating the Egyptians. The ley lines were built on them. The Pyramids were built in them all the way back to into ancient China. You had certain rulers, or if you were a commoner, you couldn't be buried on an energy line. If you were royalty, it was the law that you had to be buried on an energy line. So we know this has been studied for years. What if it's not so much the veil gets thinned, but we know that with a change in temperature, we see a change in atomic structure at times. A change in speed, it can be a change in size, whatever, but we know it can affect certain types of charges. And what if it is that change in charge that maybe doesn't thin the veil, but energizes it more? So that's just an alternate theory
And
to think
it
about.
energizes the veil. Maybe it can also open a portal to allow things through. Just a thought.
In my opinion,
Right, so
we're bringing up earlier is key to portal activity. For instance, like where the pyramids are positioned. It seems to be like a lot of the ancients use those specific structures as doorways.
Yeah, like gateways.
Mm-hmm.
And here recently I read something about that, matter of fact. Or it might have been a video I was watching. Anyway, it was talking about how at the tops of these temples, you know how they have the little rooms up there, and those windows point in a certain direction to where, you know, I guess when the light hits it, it does. So anyway, they were talking about them being gateways.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and at certain times, you know, when like maybe at the solstice or something, that's when the light and the energy hit just right in this little room or whatever. Maybe it creates this portal or gateway there. And they always talked about how the rulers were supposed to be part God or from the gods. Okay. Now, if the gods were, and here I go with this, I'm going to say this, if the gods were in fact extraterrestrial, would they not have a gateway to get from here to there? And if so, could these rulers who are supposed to be from the gods not travel also through these gateways?
Sure.
Maybe to wherever they're from. Yes? No? Anybody got a comment?
We think you're smoking crack.
like if
the
you're talking
only logical conclusion is
about
aliens.
the Machu Picchu one, I think also I don't think it's a physical. I think it's more like what's the word I'm looking for? I want to say almost like what is that word? No, what's that too? But like transcending spiritually. So not only would we go through that gateway,
Astrally.
but they could also come through as well, but on maybe through the theta waves. That makes sense.
It's interesting.
Okay, I'll stop
Well, could they not, and this is just a thought, Frank, but, you know,
Here we go again.
maybe they don't travel through it as a whole person, but maybe telepathy-wise, communicating with whoever it is.
Good, Jason.
Scott.
So in other words, it's ESP.
Well, sort of, kind of. But as Michelle put it, like a spiritual sort of type transference.
Well, here's something to think about. We mentioned energy lines earlier. We know that a lot of the megalithic sites are built on. And
Exactly.
something that one of the most commonly reported things when people visit like Stonehenge, perhaps that Stonehenge is one of the most widely visited sites, and people report religious experiences. They report seeing spook lights or glowing orbs around the site, not just tons of things. We know that there's energy there that is active. Now, if we step back and look at Dr. Michael Persinger, at his work with the God helmet, he basically rigged up a helmet with electrodes that would pulse EMF energy into someone to stimulate with this energy. 80% of the God helmet it reported some type of religious experience or spiritual experience, just something otherworldly that had it not been for them being aware they had a helmet strapped on their head with electrodes hooked to it, that they would have thought was somehow paranormal or supernatural.
No,
So you have to wonder if perhaps some of the people at these locations exposed to some of these energies that might have had a similar effect. And as we know, looking back as far as history goes, in the absence of understanding is where um, myth and religion and folklore comes from. If we don't understand something scientifically, we tend to make up something that fits the bill until we can understand it. So some of the things that they experienced, they might have thought it was supernatural, but really just didn't understand. The same as think of some of the technology that we have now. We have phones that we can talk to anyone anywhere on the planet instantly. We can look at their picture. We can video chat with them. We have, and think if you visited someone with all of our technology we use every day and take for granted. What if you went back in history at just 100 years, 150 years? Someone who you visited, if they saw you with these abilities and this technology, they would think you were some type of angel or demon or God or something beyond human comprehension. And it could be an example of that happening at some of these sites.
well, see, there's rumors. The idea that the UFOs and stuff that we're seeing are from our future, and it's actually us.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Some of that myself. Yeah, I also heard that the Roswell incident, was supposedly us from the future.
yeah, and just to add to Frank's helmet thing, probably the reason they were experiencing all this stuff when they had this helmet on is because all they were wearing was this helmet and a hobo skirt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So,
Well, at least we know who to get the helmet for and the crayons.
Hey, leave my crayons alone.
That helmet,
well,
was that helmet dealing with
help
EMF?
embrace it, right?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Matt.
That helmet, was that dealing with electromagnetic fields?
Well, he said EMF
Mm-hmm.
fields, but I mean EMF is electromagnetic.
Right. I was just curious because, like, in our experience, we have to check homes and buildings a lot of times if the wiring is live, because if the wiring is really bad and the EMF, the latent electrical EMF is strong enough, it can actually cause people to hallucinate, feel feelings of dread, nausea, they get sick, and experience all sorts of things. So I mean, I just kind of wondered what your thoughts on that were.
Right. Yeah, it will definitely do it. I've been investigating for 17 years now, and over that course of time, I can't tell you how many times we found the source of the haunting to be a Wi-Fi router or to be a TV too close to the bed, a phone charger,
Mm-hmm.
something like that. And when you, something else is home security systems can be horrible for this very thing. And when you eliminate that exposure, um, it makes the haunting go away.
Right.
And then if you have um, electro hypersensitivity thrown into the mix, then it can really make things crazy. But not
We
only that, but we have to also look for infrasound too.
we can tell you from just one experience a long time ago, the breaker box was right next to the children's what
Yeah,
bunk
right next to the
beds.
kid's bed.
Bunk
Yeah.
beds. They were seeing all kinds of things. Red level EMF
And
right at their heads.
I mean, it
The
was red level all
entire
over the house,
house was red level.
and they were
Everything
cooked.
was. They were basically just all cooking. They were seeing things
They were basically living in a fear cage.
all, all day long, and they were their house was under a radio tower,
An electrical tower.
electrical tower. Yeah.
Yeah, on top of that. So.
On top of that, yeah.
Right.
Oh, good Lord.
Right.
Yeah.
How many of you are familiar with the haunting in Georgia case? That was the case down, oh, I think it might have been Cartersville, Georgia, where the little girl was seeing Mr. Gordy, and
Yeah.
Dr. William G. Rowe went and investigated it, and something that a lot of people had overlooked that Dr. Rowe had found when he investigated there was that the house was very close to power lines. Um, the girl seemed to show symptoms of electro hypersensitivity, and when it seemed to be directly linked. Of his work addresses that very thing.
Well, and you think about this also. Uh, if say for instance the house that Matt and them were talking about, this thing is like a living in a fear cage, with the where you're surrounded by all this. Now, what if also underneath you had, granite and stuff like that, or maybe there's an underground water source underneath also. So you're just adding to that, to that energy.
Well, see, we live in the area of the Stones River battlefield, one of the bloodiest battles, so we couldn't, it's hard to tell people, hey, look, you are frying yourself with, EMF. This is not, we debunked it for you. When they were actually living in that area. So they were so convinced that it wasn't that, even though we had debunked it.
Yeah.
Right. And a lot of times, I don't know why it is, people want to be haunted so bad. You can find the answer and show them, and they'll still swear up and down.
It will manifest.
But
earlier, you're talking about water and things like that. A lot of people know about the stone tape theory, but a lot of people aren't familiar with the water tape theory, which seems to hold some real credence to it, because a lot of people aren't aware that NASA has been testing the ability of water to store. Matter of fact, they believe that water can store data better than quartz crystal. And quartz crystal is one of the best storage medias on the planet. If that's the case, right? If that's the case, then what if that other data that water seems to have, or does have, because NASA's already using this for their projects that they're sending out. What if that storage capacity is what is causing people to seem to have more paranormal activity occurring at places with underground streams near the
Right.
house.
And that leads me to believe that that it's a combination of theories, because that, people bring this up fairly often, but the environmental recording theories that account for the residual haunts, the things that
Hmm.
seem to be repeating each other. But then you've got the intelligent hauntings where you have interactions. So there's definitely more to it there's definitely more than one thing going on.
You know, and Frank and I have talked about this before. In fact, we talked about this one house. Frank told me about it, I believe. Yeah, I remember. Uh, where they had a running stream nearby. They also had a old coal mine or something there. Um, if I'm correct about this, there's a cemetery in the backyard. They had running water here, and they also had granite and crystal and all this stuff in the ground. So I mean, it was like, you think maybe they thought something was going on there? I think so, because they had all the stuff, to aggravate and agitate it. So if it was it really, spirits in the house, who knows? But there was a lot of energy in that house, I'm sure of that, coming from all these different aspects. I see Richard smiling over. You got a comment?
Yeah, sort of, kind of. Actually, has a lot to do with all of it. I think people don't realize what they're putting themselves into in some situations. I was listening to the claim of a person having an outlet box right near a kid's head. I mean, basically, you're shoving your kid's head into a microwave.
Yeah.
And the other challenge to think of is, well, yeah, these things will give off false readings. Yeah, it'll drive people to think and feel a certain way, but what we have to understand is if there is something in the house, this is also going to feed it. It becomes a buffet for paranormal activity. And I've seen it time and time again. We were in a building that was really poorly shielded electrical. The entire basement of the building was one of the hot spots of the entire paranormal investigation. You couldn't put a K2 anywhere in the place. You just couldn't turn it on. So, you get to a point where you've got either natural EMF generation, you have poor shielded wiring, you have, and again, too, you also have the energy of the people. I'm just going to go there and say it. Metaphysically, if people are having problems, arguments, whatever, that's going to generate a certain level of energy as well, which is going to create a ton of paranormal activity that feeds off of it. And most of the time, if not all the time, that's negative.
Well, if they can get you down and depressed, that's a negative. If they can get you to argue with somebody and keep a fight going, that's a negative. And all of that feeds all that stuff. So the more they can keep negative vibrations going on, whether it be you're depressed and you just go, oh God, I just want to kill myself, or if they can get you to fight with your spouse or somebody in the house to keep that negative going, that feeds all that.
Well, and then you look at a place like, we talked about it earlier, OSPH, right? My question is, what is keeping the energy in that place going? They've got to have something to feed off of, because, they're not really getting a lot. There's only a couple of places that are actually lit. So I'm trying to figure out how a place like that maintains the activity level. There's got to be something underground.
Well, I'm sure it's probably sitting
Gotta
on
be something underground.
to add to it. But then again, I've also wondered if they can feed off each other.
Well, that place is also very.
I don't know.
That place is also very, very busy. Far as like being in a paranormal hotspot, there's an investigator or a team there almost all the time doing something. So, I mean,
there's also
And they're feeding off of them.
underground water wells and all that running through the whole properties as well.
Okay, so that would help feed them, I guess.
Oh, there you go. So there you go. I mean, when you talk about another place like Hell's Bar Dam, the turbines are still moving under the water. It still creates a whirlpool to this day, even though it's buried in water. They're still moving. So that's creating an EMF generator right there. But I had to wonder, there was something about OSPH that was keeping it going.
Well, and that's close by, so that's probably helps too.
Is really hitting it hard there.
Just me.
As Richard was saying that,
Yeah.
I think he's hitting very because think of the atomic level here. We like you were just mentioning with the motion and the water there at Hell's Bar creating the currents and things. And this even goes back to people saying that water is only for activity. But think about this. This is kind of what ties everything in.
Yeah.
Earth is 70% water, or excuse me, 90% water. Our bodies are about 70% water. Now, if you think of the atomic structure here, you have what is water? It is simply a molecule made up with 2 hydrogen oxygen atom, or molecule, excuse me. And so what if that hydrogen, which we know can conduct and create energy, what if that movement, whether it be within a stream or whether it be within our body, which is mostly water, creates some of this energy that helps us to transmit and receive? And in an environmental sense, does the same thing. Not only carries the memories, but generates the energy that helps facilitate some of these events to occur. Hidden dead on there.
Well, if they use spirits, that is, if they use water like from streams, rivers, whatever, to they use that energy, to keep them going. Maybe that's what they're taking from people whenever you say, well, I feel like I've been drained of my energy. Maybe they're using that water that we're consistent of. Because it's running through your veins, it's moving all through your body.
Think about it. I mean, we're 70%, we're made up 70% water and running off of electricity. And, that's the thing is a lot of people get hung up on water only facilitates a residual haunting, and they overlook the disruptions in the environmental areas that this water can cause by being there. It can create enough of a disturbance to produce energy, and whether you're speaking in a sense like we are at a molecular level, or even just in its density in itself. I mean, look at what hydroelectric power has done for the world. That's a key factor that we need to consider is, water, or, more specifically hydrogen, how does it relate?
That's a good thought. I've always thought of the running water and everything more as an energy for the active spirits, not necessarily residual. But, if you have active spirits activity going on in a place close to that water, that they're using that energy also to maybe not necessarily manifest, but to move objects, to, create other sorts of activity that they do, not necessarily presenting themselves as a whole, but whatever they do, like maybe even to give you the EVP that you heard, or, like I said, to move stuff around or whatever like that.
I don't know about that. I've had people go into a location that I have managed to capture like an EVP every 30 seconds. And then another person will go into this location and not catch one. So I would like to add that I think the personal beliefs of someone, along with their sensitivity, does play a role in some of that. You know, my dog is starting to fight. Quit it. And and also quantum. I've been studying a lot of quantum theories lately, and y'all really need to go there because it is fascinating. That's kind of where string theory comes in, into the quantum physics.
Okay.
So only with the water, the granite, the railroad tracks, and all that stuff, the conductive energy, etc. I do also believe that the person's vibrational level plays a role as well.
Okay, you need to explain to me
Well,
about
to kind of further that point, yeah, I mean, to kind of further that point, I've worked with several mediums and energy workers, and they're of the belief, and they've kind of convinced me the same way that, you know, water's vibrational level can even enhance, not only enhance, but can actually separate lower level power entities and higher level power entities.
Absolutely.
Case in point, yeah, there's a place in Cleveland, Tennessee called the Hardwick Woolen Mill, and it has a stream, a natural stream that comes down from the mountain that runs not only through the property but under the building. I mean, I'm talking only by a foot under the building. And when I went in that place with two mediums, the one side of the river was very neutral, very grounding. You basically could be in this little area by the stream on this side, and it would actually almost reset your energy. Then you cross the stream, and the nasty crap is there. The low-powered entities, low-lying powered entities are there. They can't cross it. So there's, you know, and they've really convinced me of this. I've done research to back it, and it really shocked me that not only is a theory that spirits can use water to move, it's also used as a barrier to separate low-level and high-level and vibration entities.
Yeah. That's like Bobby Mackey's. Has anybody been there?
Yes.
Yeah, it's active.
Yeah, the river runs backwards. Right against.
What about the end that has the stream that runs down through the middle of it? You know what I'm talking about? There was supposed to be a little girl drowned in it or something, but it's like an end that has a creek or stream that runs right through the middle of it.
Oh my gosh, you're describing Waverly. Waverly.
You know, if there's activity around there, you know, you got to that place ought to be running over with it because, you know, that stream is constantly moving right through the middle of this building.
Well, you know, you do that with water. You can also look at places like railroad tracks and stations. I mean, the amount of EMF that throws off. I've done a couple of depots, and holy crap. When a train goes by, the activity picks up like somebody put a crank handle on it.
Speaking of depots, we're looking into one right now in Jamestown, Tennessee. That's an old depot. The tracks aren't there anymore, but the depot's what's left of it is still there.
I know
Well, I just want to throw one thing out there relating to the depots and railroad tracks and things. Just think about this for a second. You lay, you know, in tape theory that they can hold this energy or record it. Well, what is a railroad line in itself? You have typically granite, some type of igneous rock, sometimes limestone, piled up really high with wooden timbers laid crossways across it, and perpendicular to that you have, you know, miles and miles of iron or, you know, conductive metals. So there it is, you have a battery or a storage unit piled on top with another storage unit on top with miles and miles of a conductor exposed to years, sure, and vibration and everything else from just being used. So it's got to have quite a significant effect.
So what now? I'm gonna ask this question, and Frank here is the genius on all this stuff. Michelle's pretty slick on it too.
Okay.
But when the train runs across these rails, um, as you said, you've already got your energy from the rock and everything that's below. You've got, the iron rails themselves. But when this train is running across these tracks, wouldn't it also create more energy? Like from
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
iron,
you have to
iron rails.
well, you have to think about the natural induction from the engine from moving just that much. I mean, it's intense thermal, kinetic. Just, I mean, the pressure, the heat, the sound coming through it. Just
Magnetic.
the intense vibrations. It's going to do quite a bit.
Well, I was thinking also about wouldn't it like create an electrical charge, the friction between the wheels and the rails?
Uh, it, it
Kinetic
would
energy.
it would create a minute electrical charge, but tons of heat energy and kinetic energy.
Yeah, so you add all that together, there's a lot of energy right there.
With that
Well,
said,
I mean, that plus you got the other theories too, is that
oh, go ahead.
the southeast being so riddled with limestone and quartz
Mhm.
as a geo foundation,
Mm-hmm.
that this is the reason why the shelf life of paranormal activity in the southeast usually lasts longer than the north.
Yeah, I've heard also.
There's been a lot of research done about that too. A lot of the depots out here and stuff. Yeah, crazy. I mean, you've already got a foundation of being quartz and limestone, basically a hard drive and a generator, and now you're gonna, run something like railroad tracks, or you're gonna run a river through it. Now you're just kind of cranking it up through the roof, so it adds a lot to it. I was a big proponent of it, like Frank and are a big proponent of the energy theory on that.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Michelle, you were
Right.
going to say something.
Oh
Well, I
yeah,
mean, not only.
I have talking about railroad tracks and all of that. During some of my portal closings on residential cases, I would use some voodoo, and part of the voodoo is putting railroad spikes into the four corners of the property. So it's kind of like interesting that we're talking about railroads and depots and all this energy, and so I do believe that they can also block with that conductive metal energy style, because every place we've ever put the four corner railroad spikes in work like a charm. It totally puts up like a force field. So I think depending on the intent and the power of the person mentally, that I think that I think we have a lot of more control than we even realize on what comes through and comes through. Does that make any sense? I just thought you all would find it interesting that a lot of portal closings are
That makes total sense. We just need to.
Yeah.
Well, and if you have a place, and Richard mentioned that, where you have running water, you have railroad tracks, you have quartz and granite and all this stuff going on. If you had a railroad depot that's sitting, let's say, on top of some granite and quartz and all this stuff, plus you got your rail, your constant trains in and out through this depot and everything, it'd be a whirlwind of energy. So if you had any spirits or any people that passed in this location, they'd have all kind of energy to feed on. I could just see the activity being just like through the roof. So
Well, it also helps too. I
Well, I
think
mean,
that
just
you
the
have.
sound energy alone from some.
well, yeah, vibrational.
Sorry, yes.
Um, I don't know if that would get into ultrasound and all that stuff, but
Oh,
you know, and
definitely.
I think that's a,
You know, diesel engines, your regular engines, things like that. Any type of vibration put off what's known as infrasound, or for anyone watching, that is the sound that is below the level of human hearing. Those sounds lower than what we can hear. We have our typical range, the audible spectrum of human hearing. Sounds below it are infrasound. Sounds above it you may be more familiar with, called ultrasound. Um, but infrasound not only is produced by the larger, deeper vibrations like that, and engines, electrical lines, things like that, um, but also they can cause us to their infrasound is used in a lot of horror movie tracks to induce fear or anxiety in people watching. And you can't hear it with your ear, but the pressure still affects you. And when you think of how put off by these passing trains and, even typical vehicles passing by, it can have an effect.
that's
Well, I'll
interesting.
tell you, we had an investigation once at Hell's Bar. We had a guy who came in and did a harmonic chant,
Mm.
and we included everybody on this chant and projected it, and it reached such a crazy barrier that when we reached that level where it was so acoustic that you could feel the building vibrate, activity increase, I would easily say 300-fold. It went through the roof. I mean, we actually, right afterwards, right at the wall on camera, hooking right down the hallway and just disappearing. I mean, shadow figures bouncing in and out of the hallway that we were in. It was crazy. So there's a lot I think we just don't know about. We need to learn about.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Frank's going to build me a device to create that infrasound, you know, that I can turn on in a room and just let it flood the room. And because Frank's my electrical genius over there. But I think it'd just be really interesting to have something like that where you could, you know, create that infrasound and let it just like flood a room and see what you get, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, you never know. I did a sound theory once, an investigation at a hospital where we had a 10-minute recording of actual hospital sounds. Basically, just a recorder recording in a hospital somewhere. We
Right.
played it back, and we also inserted some white noise. And when we stopped playing the CD, I have witnesses to this. For the next 8 to 10 seconds, the sounds continued.
That's
It
crazy.
was crazy. Yeah, it was crazy.
Uh, Frank, you over there munching out on chips or something and blocked yourself? What are you doing?
Uh, well, at least once during a show, I have to unplug everything, just so it's so it's right. So
I was just telling them that you're going to build me an infrasound box that I can take into a room and turn it on and flood the room with infrasound so we can see what happens, you know.
right. Well, infrasound affects us a lot more than what we realize. It's um, there's a case that I talk about that we did last year where the house was haunted because of their fish aquarium.
Wow.
And what was actually going on was the air pump for the fish aquarium had one of the felt pads missing off the bottom. It's causing it to vibrate against the table it was sitting on and the wall. So what was happening was it was putting out an infrasound frequency as well as an audible one. You could hear it humming, but that infrasound frequency, when we turned off the fish aquarium, all the paranormal activity stopped. And we used our we've got a spectrometer that will give us readings from sounds that it picks up and tell us exactly what frequency they're coming through at. And it was right around, it was sending stuff out right around the 11 hertz range. And all the way, well, ranging all the way from like 11 hertz all the way up to around 110 hertz. Now, what they were hearing was the 20 hertz to 110 hertz, but that whole range that was going down to 11 hertz that they couldn't hear was causing them to experience those feelings of panic, the feeling of dread, the shadow figures, things like that. And about 10 minutes after we unplugged the aquarium, it's like the whole house changed. And
You scared me.
they fixed the aquarium and never had any other issues.
I thought you was gonna say they had a haunted suckerfish in the aquarium or something.
Right. So yeah, that's the case I talk about when I say the house was haunted because of the aquarium. Yeah, there was no paranormal activity going on there at all.
And some people have the big fans, you know, that you know what I'm talking about. They're the big round fans. Most time they're red or black or whatever. But they're big fans.
Well, you know, fans, something about those, not only can they put off infrasound, but they also put off high EMFs. And as a matter of fact, if you ever want to make a cheap EM pump, use a fan motor.
Okay. Well, actually, that's what we used in our box that we're doing. But what I'm getting at is you got these big old fans, right? Well, if one of those blades gets a little bit out of balance, okay, you won't hear the difference, but you will feel the difference. It will create that vibration, that infrasound vibration, and you won't know where it's coming from.
Well, you know, that exact thing did happen. If you're not familiar with this, look up Coventry University. There was an engineer working there by the name of Vic Tandy in the 80s who had the experience of working in a lab that was believed to be haunted. And you know, here it is, all these professors and everyone else thinks that there's something going on. This lab must be haunted. Students are believing it because they go in, they would get a feeling of dread. They would have, you know, shadow figures, and you know, just feel like they were being watched. Things like this going on. Well, the lab, the area that it was in was about a 10-foot by 30-foot section of the basement that was closed off. And one day, Vic Tandy was he was working on a project down there, and he had a thin piece of aluminum foil or tin, so to speak, in a vise, and he noticed that it was vibrating for no apparent reason. And he was puzzled by it, so he started doing some environmental measurements. What he found from taking these measurements is that there was a resonant frequency of 18.98 hertz that was occurring in the shop. And what was causing it was a fan that was installed to the AC system that had gotten off kilter just a little bit, and it was vibrating, causing that resonant frequency to come through, which happens to be about the resonant frequency that our eyeballs causes them to vibrate. And that was what was causing him to see the shadow figure, or everyone there to see shadow figures. And it was the pressure was causing the sense of anxiety and dread and that fearfulness. They fixed the fan, and all of a sudden the lab is no longer haunted.
Right. So, and here you have like the yin and the yang of this. Okay. High EMFs over here cause you to hallucinate, see stuff, feel stuff. the lower end over here, you have the sound frequency like we're talking about with the fan. Both of them will cause you to freak out. And if you take your EMF measurements and you don't get anything, but you're still feeling all that, start looking for the lower end.
Yes. You know, a lot of times people report, and I know everybody on the panel has ran into this one time or another. People will say, I always feel a corner of the room. Well, right behind it, or right in that corner, is the electrical panel for the house. Or
Yeah.
it may be in the basement next to the electrical panel. Well, guess what? You get more than 3 feet away and you're not getting any kind of EMF readings, but they're still saying they're getting creeped out. So what's going on? Is it the ghost juicing themselves up off of this electrical panel? Or could it perhaps be something different? How many times have you been out and been around one of the large 7,200 volt power lines and heard a buzz coming from it?
Yeah.
Okay, well, now think about this. If that huge line can cause a buzz that you can hear audibly, who's to say that little 110 line, or excuse me, that 210 line coming in the house can't cause an inaudible noise to come through that might have an infrasound effect on people in that area. So that's why anytime we
over there about that.
right, well, you know, that's why the standard procedure when we're doing a residential investigation, or well, anywhere indoors, is we, you know, as we're checking to see if there's any type of EMF radiation that might be causing them to experience things, while person A checks for EMF radiation or microwave radiation, things like that, person B is coming behind with an audiometer checking for infrasound frequencies for that specific reason.
We had a lady, we went to a house in Dyersburg, Tennessee here a while back, and it was an old house, and she was talking about, you know, seeing shadow figures, and her grandkids were uncomfortable. They didn't like to come over there, and all this stuff. But when she left the house, you know, she felt fine and all that. And Dusty pulls out a EMF detector and holds it up next to a light switch on the wall, right? Well, it goes through the roof. And he just took it down the whole wall, and it never dropped. That's how high it was. And she said, well, if you go in this room, in the attic, they had like converted into 2 bedrooms. You know, there's one on the left, one on the right. Well, the one on the right was right above that room where we did that, and it never dropped. Well, up there, you get a real intense feeling of being watched, and you can feel like you just about feel that energy in there. That's how high it is. And basically, all the wiring on that side, it's old wiring. It's probably bare in a lot of places, but the EMF was just, you could go across the attic to the other bedroom over there, and everything was fine. You go back to the one on that side, and it's like, wow, you know, your head's just being like this, you know. And you go downstairs and this side, and you know, the feeling's just really, really oppressive. And we took the EMF detector upstairs to the room on the right, and it pegs out. You can put it on the wall up there, it'll peg out. So we pretty much left her smiling because she didn't have a bunch of ghosts in her house. You know, I mean, we explained to her what was going on. She was all happy. So, and of course, never thought about the lower sound frequency, but just the high EMF enough was enough to freak everybody out in there. They thought, you know, there was all these spirits running around in there, and shadow people were just all over the place. And when we left her, she was smiling. She was like, "Oh, thank you, oh, thank you." I'm like, ain't nothing to thank us about, really, you know. we're just glad you didn't have a bunch of ghosts in your house, you know. And that to me is payment for what we do. You know,
Right.
we don't ever charge to do this stuff, but I mean that's about the best payment you can get right there. See a happy camper when you leave, you know.
Yeah.
I know at one point, actually, we hadn't met yet, and a lady didn't actually want an investigation, but she was just telling me that, she couldn't sleep at night. She was stressed. When she did sleep, she had terrible, terrible nightmares, and she didn't know why she was so on edge since she moved into her new little place. And she's, I looked over the walls, the breaker box was there, the meter was on the. I looked around. I went outside, and that meter was on the other side of it. And
Right.
I came to the conclusion. I was like, move the head of your bed to the other wall.
Right.
It was red level on that, that side. Now move the head of your bed to the other wall. Call me in a couple of days and tell me. And she got sleep. She started getting sleep after that. Nightmares went away. Stress went away. And she was just so happy. And
Yeah.
like you said, and she stopped seeing things at night. Stopped, just stress levels went down. So yeah, I understand what you mean.
It's awesome to see people, get that sense of relief
Mhm.
that it's not really paranormal, that it's something fixable. You know, this lady, like we told her, you can have a electrician come in, whoever owns this house could, run some new wire, you know, which would probably take care of all that stuff. Or do some kind of shielding or something for it so that it's not, But when you see a smile on their face when you leave and they're relaxed in their home again, that's great. I mean, you can't ask for better.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Michelle,
Well,
Do what?
I said, you're not sharing?
Who's he?
I'm picking on Michelle over there. She's got the
No.
cold round bottle. She's not sharing with us.
Oh no, I'm listening intently. I love some of these theories. They're really on point. So yeah, I'm digging it.
No, I'm talking about your cold brown bottle over there. You're not sharing with us?
Oh yeah.
I'm picking on you.
Third one, if I keep on, I'll really get motor mouth. So.
I'm just picking at you.
Enjoying
There may or may not.
other perspectives. This is a neat thing. I love these roundtable things. Everybody gets with their 2
It's
cents.
awesome. I like to get everybody's opinions on different stuff, and Frank is an awesome dude to bring into a roundtable because he has all these theories and everything, and I love it.
Hey guys, I'm soon to start my show back up. I used to run it 2 years ago. It's called Timeless Dimensions. I've interviewed so many cool people. I've interviewed Sean Stone. Oh gosh, now I'm just blank. The pressure. Just a couple of different, like Dr. David Greer, for instance, and a couple of other people. So if any of you all would like to be a guest, I would totally be flattered. So I will holler at y'all. You, Roger.
Cool.
Well, send me an invite when you get ready.
I will, sweetie. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Richard, you're too quiet over there again. Richard will sit over there and he'll smile. It's like you can tell devious thoughts are going on in his head.
No way, not me. And Michelle, there may or may not be alcohol in that brown bottle, right?
Oh, it is. Yeah. Hey,
Well,
so
damn.
oh, 2.6. I'm sorry.
I mean, it's
You were supposed to say no.
go ahead. Was that? Well, that's,
That's
I
my
think
dream.
I think it's interesting. There's so much about this thing that we do that we still don't have a clue about. I don't think we could. We could probably live a million years and not know all about it. I
Exactly.
think there are so many nuances and so many takes and so many theories that you really have to sit back and soak them up.
Yeah, I tell people all the time. I mean, we document the phenomenon, and we let you draw your own conclusions because there's no one piece of equipment I can point at anything and say this is exactly who and what this is, where they're from, and what they're doing. Uh, you can just catch the images and the audio and get the readings and try to draw your best conclusions from it.
Exactly. And not only that, but I mean, we have some pioneers, like Lorraine Warren, for instance.
Yeah.
Things like that. So we are laying the groundwork for the future. We were paranormal when paranormal wasn't cool. There seems to be this bandwagon uppity, all the paranormal shows. Everybody wants to be a paranormal investigator, and then they get bored with it, and then they die off, and then we are the ones that have been doing it for 10, 20 years. So it is, not to sound like a snob, but I think it's us who are truly, truly laying the groundwork for the future generations. What we find out, and leave to them, hopefully we'll get some answers,
Well, I
Well,
love
guys,
that.
I got a comment real quick if y'all got a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
What kills me is about to, like she just said, we have, folks before us like Lorraine Warren, and now we, with us, we're trying to lay the groundwork for future generations. But what kills me is you got these people out here and these groups out here that supposedly are doing it for the right reasons, and the only thing, you see is a bunch of people wanting to charge $300-400 for somebody to come out and see them and get a friggin' autograph. Let me tell
Right.
you something. Let me tell you something.
The
I'll
cheap
sign your daggum piece of paper
people.
for free. I don't care. It ain't about money. I mean, we're about helping people, and that's what a lot
Exactly.
of people has gotten lost about. A
Right.
lot of people's gotten confused and thinking, oh, it's about money, it's about fame, it's about getting a TV show. Let me tell you something. TV shows might be nice. Richard's had one. Blaine's had one. If he would have been on here tonight, Frank Lee was on one, the same one my wife was on last year. Let me tell you something. TV shows are fun and great. Yeah, it's all, fun and great whenever you're doing that stuff. 90% of that is scripted, as y'all well know.
Mm.
Okay.
Yep.
And then on top of that, you really make yourself look like a damn fool. Because
Yep.
think about it, you're supposed to be out here trying to help these people, and do a good service for these folks for free. But yet
Hmm.
every time you turn around, oh well, that's gonna be I'll sell you a ticket for $300 to come see me just stand there and sign autographs. What the crap
Yeah.
is that?
The ridiculous amount of money some of these places charge to investigate. And
Oh
this
yeah.
Ooh, don't get
tour,
me started.
I'm doing a group tour. I went to Post Town Elementary on a group. It was kind of like a little convention. Keith Age lives here. Anyway, don't get me started on him. But yeah, and the acoustics in the place were so bad that it was just worthless. Because you could hear a cricket fart down the street. It was ridiculous.
Well, good thing you told us because we were thinking about going there.
Don't go. Not for a public investigation. Do not go. If it's private, yeah, but the place is huge. But yeah, I mean, I could hear somebody cough down in the basement. It was ugh. So all of my EVPs were ruined. They were contaminated.
Well,
We had
put,
the same.
well,
We
put
had
it
the
this
same
way,
problem.
guys. Well,
Huh?
put it this way, guys. I'll go ahead and tell you. Richard, you know as well as I do. You've been there. I've been there. Frank, I'm sure, has been to OSPH. Let me tell you something. I'm not do this is I call it our event because it's not just mine, it's everybody involved. It wouldn't be possible without you guys helping me out with this. It wouldn't be possible except for the guests showing up. It wouldn't be possible without them.
Yeah.
None of the money is going to pay anybody. I'm just trying to rest assure people of that. Nobody is getting paid for this. Everybody's taking their time coming from Louisiana, coming from South Carolina. I got some folks coming from all the way from friggin' Indiana, for God's sake,
Real quick,
coming to
what
Tennessee.
do you help run? Real quick.
Do what now?
What place do you run?
Oh, this is going to be. I'm just holding a memorial event for my
Oh,
wife that passed away at Old South Pittsburgh Hospital,
there's
August
just
26th, 27th.
But one of the things that gets me, and I see this a lot, um, when I'm on Facebook and I'm scrolling through my stuff and I'm looking, you have the stuff that pops up on the right hand side, right? And all these groups are, well, join this group. It says, but if I read one that says professional ghost hunter, I will avoid that sucker like the freaking plague.
Yep.
Because in my opinion, there's no such thing as a professional ghost hunter. We're all learning every day. Nobody is a professional. We just do the best we can.
right.
So if you're bragging about, well, I'm the professional, I'm this and that, you probably ain't crap. Just my opinion.
I'll agree.
Can't.
You know, to me, what we do is a humble thing, okay? And that's why we don't charge anything. We do it because we want to help people, as Scott said. We don't do it for fame. We don't do it for glory. We don't do it for money. We do it to help people.
I've got a quick question. What got everybody into this field?
Usually it's personal experiences.
Okay.
Yeah, personal experiences. Back, my mom passed away when I was 7, and that was in, or excuse me, when I was 17, back in, let's say, 1999.
Mm-hmm.
I was married to my first wife. Had our couches in an L shape in our living room. We were taking a nap in the middle of the day. The next thing I know is we're dead asleep. I heard a noise, got woke up from a dead sleep, and I opened my eyes and saw an image of my mother,
Ooh.
plain as day, standing over my ex-wife with a butcher knife.
Oh.
That was in 2001, and I have been freaked out and also intrigued by it ever since.
Okay.
And I've always wanted to know, okay, I wanted to capture whatever I saw. I know what I saw, but I wanted
Mm-hmm.
to see if I could capture it or, on video or come up with some logical conclusion of what in the crap it was. But I haven't been able to come up with anything except for, being paranormal. There's no other explanation.
Understood. Understood.
I remember seeing specials on it on TV when I was little. And then when my grandfather passed away, I actually didn't even know he was sick. I was going to school in Memphis. And I was actually camping in Hattiesburg National Forest. So I didn't even know he passed away, and he appeared to me.
Mm.
And so I think that even, draw me into it even more. And I just like helping people, honestly. I love helping people, so that's kind of been my calling.
I
So,
love that. Yeah.
I started out a skeptic, and then a mutual friend of ours that eventually introduced us brought me along and brought me into the group that we started on. And just the experiences I've had since then and all the evidence that we've caught and I've seen others catch, I couldn't walk away from it after that.
Right.
Well, I think with me, I was growing up, took everything. I got my hand about everything. And, when I remember being in second grade, while everyone else, I'm reading about the Bermuda Triangle and UFOs and ghost stories and things like that. And it always intrigued me because I wanted to be able to take it apart to see how it worked too. And I think that really drives me. That I tend to have a skeptical outlook on a lot of things, but at the same time, I'm a very firm believer that it happens. I've seen and experienced too much for myself to not believe that ghosts are real, that there are really things going on. Does it exist? My question is, how does it work? And that's kind of my mission to find out.
Love that.
Yeah.
Oh,
The baby wants to say hello, y'all.
What's his name?
Cookie dough.
It's dog sharing time.
Cookie dough bell. She cannot stand for me to do anything. I'm supposed to spend all of my time constantly paying attention to her. Okay.
I've got two in here right now. The narcotics, the future narcotics dogs.
This is Ami.
Well, hello.
Say hi, Max. Come here, Max. Come on, let's say hi. Come here, come here. Get your butt over here. You ugly dog.
Mike would just say she has me. So.
Y'all wanna
Well,
have some real fun?
I don't
with
have
this?
any pets, but
Aww.
He's shy.
Aw.
Aww.
Okay.
I don't have any pets. I got a bottle of beer, so it's good.
Yeah. Okay.
It keeps me company.
That brings up the subject right there. What do you think about animals and the paranormal?
Oh, yeah.
I definitely believe that they that they are more in tune with
Yeah.
their surroundings and able to sense things, and I think that the reason is I don't think that they really have more ability to do it. I think it boils down to our psychology. We are very logically minded beings. You know, anything we can't explain creeps us out. We're driven by a huge fear of the unknown. And if one of our five traditional senses can't explain it, then our primal instincts kick in to get away from it. Don't mess with that. You know, that tends to be where the fight or flight type of reaction comes in. With animals, it's not so much of a logic mindset as it is very very driven by emotion, by instinct, you know, and I think because of that, they're more connected to what they're feeling versus what they're thinking, so to speak.
I agree.
And
Also,
Well, plus animals, unlike humans, um, when I was growing up, I saw the first apparition I saw when I was 9 years old. I told my grandparents about it, told my mother about it and everything, and they're all like, you didn't see anything, ghosts don't exist, that was your imagination. After you listen to enough of this for a while, you start to believe, well, I really didn't see anything, but I know I did. But animals don't have that. They don't have anybody telling them, well, that's your imagination, you know, you didn't see this or that. They see what they see. You know, they're not blocked by anything.
right.
I mean, you have to think about it in several ways. I mean, my dog is probably the best ghost hunter I've ever had. But they sense things that are more acute to their senses than humans are. I mean, we've got dogs that can tell a person to sit down because they're about to have an epileptic seizure. You know, we have the ability to train animals to open their senses up to doing that. But every time you go into a location and there are claims of paranormal, first thing I ask in the interview process is, how do your animals act? Because that's going to be a real big indicator of whether or not it's just you thinking you're crazy, you know, which you probably aren't, but you thinking you're crazy, or there's something really going on because your animals are acting really weird.
yeah,
They're really sensitive to it. I mean,
you have dogs that can. We were talking about the auditory earlier, the levels of auditory that humans can hear, and you got a dog whistle. Dogs can hear that. I 100% believe that my cats can see into different light spectrums that us humans aren't
Well,
able.
yeah, they can.
Yeah, my cats will look at something in the corner, and I'll take a meter over there, and it's going crazy. You know, so yeah, I fully believe that they, like Roger said, they aren't taught, or whoever said, they aren't taught to ignore their senses via religion or whatever else that, we're all imagining this, and yeah, so I'm
Their
totally
minds are their minds are clear and wide open.
right on, right on.
Ami one time, actually, it was not the.
Well, you have to think about we.
Go ahead.
Okay. Ami one time on the, not the same couch, but back here behind us where the couch is now. She was sitting on that couch, and she ran to the end of it, jumped back like something hit her,
Mm-hmm.
and then we literally saw. I mean, there was no, we couldn't see it, but she could. But then we literally saw a chunk of hair come up off of her back.
And drop on the couch.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah. So we try to keep it as low profile in here as we can, as far as the activity goes, for her sake. But
I mean, it doesn't seem like there's anything bad in here or anything. I don't know if something tried to pet her and maybe she jerked away, because we actually have gotten, when we first started this and we didn't realize you probably shouldn't do anything, ghost hunt in your own house. We got an EVP from a lady that, what was the EVP?
we got two from her. One said, "The more you talk, the more will come," and then the other one said, "I scared them away."
So she doesn't like anybody to do EVPs in this house.
Yeah.
So
we quit doing that a long time ago.
We don't, want to scare our animals or anything like that. So we never did that again.
Well, maybe you have an entity in there that was a pet lover. So maybe they were just trying to level on the dog, and the dog freaked out.
Could be.
Yeah, because she jumped back. So I'm kind of thinking that maybe that was an accident.
We've seen her before, actually, in this hallway behind us, but it was right after we listened to the EVP that we had caught.
We see a lot of people in this house.
Yeah.
And we don't have EMF, a lot of EMF or anything in this house.
No. Of course, now we know we need to maybe we need to look the spectrometer or whatever.
Go ahead, Frank.
Something that I personally think, this is just one of my personal theories. It probably goes against what a lot of people believe. Speaking of EMF, I believe that measuring for it is great to debunk ghosts, but I've seen a lot of people use EMF to try to find a ghost, and I don't think that they use. I don't think it's EMF that ghosts use to manifest or to because I believe if to measure them by now. My personal theory is that light is a very versatile form of energy. It functions as a wave, but it's actually a particle comes through. If you look at the whole light spectrum, we're literally only seeing about that much of it.
Exactly.
And I can't help but wonder if the type of energy that they're using is some form of light energy.
Lower light level or something?
Well, just I don't know. I don't know if it's lower or higher, or if it's. I believe it's something that we haven't
beyond
fully,
our spectrum of being able to see.
I don't think that we fully understand it. Can't fully measure it, and I think that one day. I don't expect the big breakthrough that allows us to have that huge leap and bound understanding of the paranormal to come from any paranormal investigator. I think it's going to come from someone in the quantum physics world. And it's going to be an that's funny moment that like Isaac Asimov talked about. It's just going to be a strange anomaly that's going to be stumbled on that gives us that next leap and bound in knowledge about what we today are theorizing about.
Well, they're coming up with new equipment all the time that can do things
Something to add.
that the older stuff couldn't do. I mean, look how long it took for them to actually bring the full spectrum into use. I mean, a lot of people use, the night vision hour and everything, and that's what everybody used. Then all of a sudden you got this full spectrum deal that's supposed to see into a different area of light that we can't see yet. That's above or below the hour. I'm not sure which of the two it is, but anyway, they're developing newer stuff all the time. And I was going to bring this up earlier, and I will now since I'm thinking about it. When we were talking about, the rotation of the universes, or the, I can't even think of the name word. You know what I'm talking about when we were talking about the veil getting thinner at a certain point.
Right.
Okay, so somebody will eventually create a machine that will allow us to open that portal between those veils.
I think it already.
If it ain't already been done.
Yeah, I think it.
And you can imagine what kind of activity and stuff people will come up with when that happens. So, I mean, that's an interesting thought to carry on with for the night.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like they're building the cages that's supposed to capture ghosts.
Oh.
Just saying, okay? Somebody
Totally.
was built some box that's supposed to capture a spirit. Does it work? Probably not, but
Going
are trying, okay, to do this. And with that, there's also going to
Wait, you're saying that's not legit?
say what?
Legit? What? Wait, I saw it on the show clearly. I mean, it was on TV. It's got to be true. I've already invested too much money in prisms and mirrors and everything else. Don't tell me this crap now.
Well, dadgummit, Frank, I read it on the internet, so you know it's got to be true now.
Exactly.
If you saw it on Ghost Hunters or Ghost
Right, I think you saw it on Facebook.
Here we go.
It was on
Going
Facebook.
back to the
Older.
Yeah.
Here we go.
You bring up something like that, the whole panel's over going blah, 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 blah. Oh, that's cool. But if you saw it on
I'm just saying, I saw it on TV. It was on the internet, and it was on Facebook. It's true.
Well, now there's three. It's got to be true if you saw it on all three of them. So,
Here we go.
If going back to the EMF thing, I tend to agree that they may not necessarily be made up of EMF, but I know a lot of the EMF meters they detect other things besides EMF, including frequency, other electrical. We use it for both purposes, actually. I mean, we will go through and debunk and sweep to make sure that there's nothing corrupting our reader. But then we'll get in a spot where there's absolutely nothing else going on. And we'll use tri-film meters to make sure it's not radio signals, etc. And then we'll interact with something, and we will get responses. I mean, and right on time with our questions, we get responses. It'll answer some of the same questions the same way, and we'll actually have intelligent conversations this way. So I mean, that's been our experience so far. But
Frank likes the millimeter,
Millimeter.
millimeter, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The one with the lights on it works kind of like a
Yeah,
K2.
well, you know, something too. Um, you know, if you think about it, like I've seen a lot of people use K2s and things like that for Q&A sessions, and even if they aren't made up of or utilizing EMF energy, the type of energy they're using, you know, an EMF meter, it creates a field around it, and what they measure are disturbances in that field. So it's kind of like if you drop a K2 meter, how it'll light up, because it's not reading an EMF, but it's reading a disturbance in the field that it's measuring, and that very well could explain why people can use them for and get those kind of responses that seem to correlate with paranormal activity.
Well,
Um,
it could be like two
Even
different
though they may not be
interactions.
made, kind of like the ripple in the pond effect.
Well,
Right. You know, if they're using one type of energy and your K2 is using another type of energy, when they bump into each other, like you said, it's going to disrupt that. And so you're going to see a difference.
Right.
I've got like want to bring up. When you finish with this conversation, holler at me so I can bring these up.
Sure.
Okay. We were talking about string theory earlier, and here's something that kind of goes into the quantum string theory thing. Like we've got the first dimension, the second dimension, and if you look at your TV, you know you've got the 2D. The 3D is what we're in now, and then you'll see a lot of websites out there called the 5D. So where does the 4D go? There are a lot of us who believe that the fourth dimension is time, and that time restricts us from gaining the level. Not sure if you get the problem. That's kind of quantum, but you know that time restricts us. Once we let go of time, we'll be able to accelerate to the fifth. That was one. Has anybody heard of WaveX?
I didn't hear.
Couldn't
Has
hear.
anybody heard of WaveX? WaveX.
Mm-mm.
Mm-mm.
No.
No.
Okay. Well, there seems to be an awakening happening. You'll hear a lot of people talk about the awakening, spiritual awakening, kind of like the age of Aquarius, this, that, and the other. And it seems like a lot more people, you know, and it could be contributed to social media. You know, the fact that we can talk to everybody around the world, like someone earlier said. However, it is scientifically proven that nothing in our galaxy, not our galaxy, but our universe is stationary. So as we the sun, we have the planets that rotate around the sun. Well, guess what? Our galaxy is also rotating, and it's rotating through the universe very slowly, well, slow to us, really fast. But anyway, the Mayans predicted this. The Mayans predicted the end of an era, an end of an age. We have this high energy field. You can Google it all you want. It's called Wave. We have entered this energy field that is accelerating human race. It's accelerated. Uh, and it is a very high energy field that we're all seem to be getting gifts. We seem to be like more in tune with things that is paranormal activity is exploded. Uh, this as well. And, here's a question I want to ask all you. Have well as psychic and any has any bit of sensitivity. And it's the left ear ringing.
I can't hear. I'm having trouble hearing her.
Oh, I might have my speaker. Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you now, yes.
One second. What else? Probably everything, huh?
We caught parts of it. But You were cutting in and out.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, great, great. The first thing I was talking about were the dimensions. Like we are supposedly in the third now, 3D, and then with string theory we have. They say there's 25 now, not just 13, but up to 25 from what I've learned. And that in order to advance to the fifth dimension, we have to let go of the fourth dimension, which is time. We have to release time. So I brought that up, and then I was talking about WaveX, and went through this big ordeal about how nothing is stationary in the universe. So we have entered a high density field that, from what I believe, okay, once again, I'm UFO girl, so I do believe that we were created not by God or any of that, but by, I'm really into the Sumerians, the ancient alien theories, all that stuff. So this wave X is a high energy field that we really can't comprehend at the moment. So that's for where the Great Awakening comes in, and why all of a sudden all of us are getting gifts, this, that, and the other. You can comment on that. And one of my main questions was, has anybody noticed their left ear really ringing?
Left ear ringing?
Left ear ringing, like this high-pitched, almost hurts you. I've me and a couple friends who are pretty good little psychics, not me, but them, there seems to be a pattern with the left ear ringing and hearing loss in the left ear. I just wanted to hear if you guys have had any issues with that.
I've had my ear ring before, but I never put no definition to why.
Okay.
Well,
I always
I have.
my brain was out of balance.
Get on your meds, Roger.
Well, I have tinnitus in both ears, and actually qualify
that seems
for
to be a
hearing
coincidence.
aid from the
Yeah, they've told me I have tinnitus too, but I'm noticing a pattern between paranormal investigators and sensitive people that seem to all have this. Ask around, see if you don't see the pattern too.
I think mine comes from my military career, though.
Well, me too. I've had bombs go off in my ears, etc. So yeah, RPGs, yeah.
Anyway, everybody, it's 3 minutes after 9, but we
Oh,
don't have to
God,
start
that
out
flew.
carry on as long as we want until everybody gets tired. And I mean, there's so much interesting stuff going on. I hate to say, well, let's end it now, you know. So when everybody gets tired, we'll let it go. But for right now, we'll just carry on.
Awesome.
Well, since we've got extra time, I was thinking maybe we could get into religion and politics.
Oh my God. Religion, I'm down for, because I've got some good stuff with that. But politics, no. Just kill me now.
Hey,
Bucket Frank Lee for
religion
president.
is something that and politics sucks.
Do what?
I said, how about we say that religion is something that man made up and politics sucks?
I agree.
I agree.
Yep. I'll drink to it.
I'll drink to that. Let me get my coffee.
Hey guys, this is Richard. I just want to let you know I'm going to have to step off here. We're having some bad storms, and I want to blow up my computer.
We are too, sweetie. Hey, if let's all add each other as friends if we can, so we can keep in touch. I've really enjoyed this.
Oh yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay, well, I have all of you guys already, so.
Well, I don't know everyone's name, so if you could do whatever it is they do, where you suggest the friends, that would be awesome, Roger.
I already got you, Michelle. I'll make sure.
Hi, yay! Thank you.
Okay, Richard Rowland.
Richard Rowland, yep.
The awesome man, Richard Rowland, right there.
Let me write him down. Richard Rowland. Okay.
And Scott Dodson.
Rowland. Dodson or Dobson?
Dodson, D-O-D-S-O-N.
Okay, got it.
And of course, Matt and Melinda there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Melinda Black.
Okay.
Could be Matthew Black.
Got it. Awesomeness. Thank you, guys.
Divergent Path Paranormal. You can look them up that way too.
Okay, cool.
You can
And of
also
course,
Soul
Frank Lee
Paranormal.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can Google Frank Lee Paranormal, and it'll pull up like everything I've done for the past 20 years.
What was that? Friends of what? I'm sorry.
And yeah, just look up Frank Lee Paranormal,
Oh, okay.
and it'll show you everything I've done for the past 20 years. It's
Excellent.
just overlook the bad stuff.
Okay. Gotcha. All right, awesome.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna have to hop off
Appreciate you
before
coming
things get
on
ugly.
with us.
Okay, it was very nice meeting you, bro.
You too. Take care.
Meeting you.
It's nice meeting y'all.
All right, y'all too.
Yep, great.
Okay, so who do we have that's still here? Everybody but Richard?
Everybody
I've
but
got
Richard
I've got
so
2 more beers to drink, so I'm good.
Okay. So you're saying at the end of 2 beers you're ready to go, right?
Right on.
Okay. um, so you guys, I mean, we talked about, good Lord, we talked about every freaking thing under the sun.
We have.
Except politics.
Except politics, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we won't even get into that because nobody wants to know what I
Hope.
think.
because they're all freaking stupid.
Mhm.
And I was,
So here's something I want to throw out for everyone.
Please.
Where do you see the paranormal field going in? Where do you see it being in 20 years from now?
well, they're going to have that ghost in the box that we were talking about. They're going to finally catch it in 20 years.
Proton packs and old-fashioned ambulances.
It's probably going to be me. We got him, we got him. No, I volunteered.
I'm gonna buy me a damn hearse and just capture that motherfucker and just have him in the back of the hearse. Say, I got the damn thing. I got him.
I got to look over here real quick and let's see what's going on because the chat room's got me going nuts over here.
Oh yeah, take a peek, please.
Oh Lord, my dog doesn't need to do any of that.
Where is the?
Oh, did I not give you guys the chat room link? No, I didn't, did I?
I'm on my phone, so I won't be able to access it personally. So.
I won't either.
Anyways, I'm looking over here and I don't see you guys in my messenger list, so if you want to throw me a PM up on Facebook, I can give you that link real quick if you want to jump over there and let me get to it. And there we go. Now, let me jump back over here. There you go. So now you can jump over here in the chat room and pick everybody's ear.
Did you send us?
Hey, Tom. Hey, Carol. Paul, Mary, Aaron. Good Lord, there's a bunch of people in here. I'm sorry, you guys. I wasn't neglecting you. We were just having too much fun. We were just having too much fun.
So is the chat room the YouTube link?
It's a different link than the one you use to come on live. Okay, it's a different link. If you want to PM me, I'll give it to you. You can jump in there too.
I'm getting the roundtable event YouTube link.
Okay, well, throw me up a PM box and I'll give you the chat link.
Okay.
Hey, Roger, if you see any questions in there, I'm not able to access it because I'm on my phone. I don't have a computer, so just throw
Okay,
them out.
no, there's no pictures in there. It's just
I
everybody.
didn't want any damn pictures of your ugly ass. That's the question.
Be nice.
Well, I'm just wondering why anyone would want to read it if there's no pictures.
They can't see us now.
Yeah, they can.
Hey, y'all check out the chat room link here in a little while. We're going to have Roger in a pink tutu.
I'm gonna be in my hula skirt.
Oh, shit.
So everybody just
Just leotard.
thank you, Margaret. I appreciate it. Margaret said it's very interesting. She's learning a lot.
Definitely a lot to learn from us.
Oh, I see it now. I'm sorry. I see it now.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Margaret said it's very interesting. She's learning a lot. All right. Whoever opened up the chat room, you got to pause the player.
I'm sorry. I see it now.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta sign into chat. Hold on. Oh, there I am.
Somebody's in the chat room and they didn't pause the player. Whoever opened up the chat room, you got to pause the player.
I'm sorry. I see it now.
Yeah.
I gotta sign into chat. Hold on.
Now it feels like an episode of Deja Vu over here.
Somebody's in the chat room and they didn't pause the player. Whoever opened up the chat room, you got to pause the player. Whoever's in the chat room with the player running, please pause it.
There we go. Sorry about that.
Okay, now we're good.
Sorry.
Way to go, Matt.
My bad.
Tom says, Roger in a hula skirt, I quit. Come on, you guys. Y'all know y'all like to see me convert the camera while dancing in a hula skirt.
Yep.
Can it be in night vision, too? That'll be
Break
cool.
the internet.
We can even do it in night vision. That'll be cheap.
Yeah, there you go. See, I didn't think of that. I can hook up my DVR and put the cameras and monitor over here, and everybody can see, you know, in IR with the lights out.
A whole show just for that.
And I'll even go find the music where it goes, oh, and the whole time I'll be showing you how to take the camera apart and do the.
You have to wear the coconuts.
Now y'all know that would be fun, okay? You gotta admit. How many times in your paranormal career can you say that you actually watched a little fat paranormal investigator in a hula skirt take a camera apart?
Hadn't tell you.
No, never done it.
That would be funny.
I'm too young to die.
Thankfully, I can say I have not had that experience.
Oh,
Give Frank, hey, give Frank about 2 more. He'll be doing it.
yeah, Frank. When you about to break down, I can tell. And Michelle said she's got 2 left. So at the end of the second one, before you sign off, you got to put the hula skirt on.
Right on.
Well, we're trying. So I'll tell you what we'll do. Handle the grass skirt and all that stuff, and I've got the funnel. Michelle's got 2 more beers over there, so we'll get something educational from that, and oh wait, we're wanting to talk paranormal. Never mind. I was thinking more college.
This is going to end up being the strangest paranormal conversation I've ever had.
I'll tell you what. If anybody watching this show has not had a good time tonight, it's their own fault.
You're dang right.
This
Hey,
has been great. It's funny. That's what it's all about. Let's have fun. Shoot.
Well,
exactly.
I warned y'all when you came in here that you get Frank and me and Scott together, you're gonna have some funny stuff going on. So.
And y'all think this is fun? Wait till we get to Old South Pittsburgh.
That does sound fun.
Oh, we're gonna have
Trust
a
me,
ball.
you're
And
gonna
I
laugh.
hope y'all can all make it. It'd be awesome. I'd
If you
love to meet
don't,
you,
if you leave
Joe, in
hungry and
person,
you don't
and
laugh,
Matt and Melinda, and I think it'd be great.
Yeah,
if you don't
absolutely.
have
And
fun and you
Mr.
don't
Frank,
laugh, you're screwed up.
Mr. Scott.
I didn't mean
August
to
26th,
overrun everybody.
right?
Frank, I think somebody's talking to you.
It's August 26th through 27th.
August 26th and 27th, yes.
Okay.
And you need to get there early. You want to get there by around at least 1, because the speakers will start at about 2, I think. Right, Scott?
Yeah, some of them are going to start around 2. I know that Jeremy Leonard, he's got to wait till he gets off work, so he's probably not going to make it till about 5 or 6 because he's in Louisiana. He's got to drive all the way from Louisiana after work, so.
But yeah, you want to make sure you get there early. And also, there are rooms available in there. You have to bring your own bed cover and stuff, but there are rooms
Yeah,
available.
if y'all do come, make sure you bring your bedding stuff, your shower stuff, and make sure you bring a freaking fan because there's no AC in there at all. All the ACs have been torn up. I found out. All the condensers have went out and they will not replace them.
Okay.
Yeah. We've
Yeah,
been a couple of times. It's a great place.
that's so you don't melt. Okay.
But see, if you're fat like me, you just glisten. You ain't gonna melt. I promise you.
Well, I figure it's like Weight Watchers. You know what I'm saying?
Well, trust me, I'm gonna definitely gonna be like Weight Watchers. I'm gonna watch my weight go up and up and up because let's trust me, there's gonna be so much food there. If you leave hungry, it's your own daggone fault.
There you go.
We're gonna have nothing but a good time. We're gonna have laughs. We're gonna have food and memorize, memorialize my wife. Another buddy of mine, matter of fact, Michael Donaldson. He actually passed away just the other day, unfortunately. And
Sorry.
we've had probably about 4, maybe 5 people pass away in the last 3 years. So it's just a memorial for those guys, and the ones we lost way too soon. My wife was 37, Michael was 38. The Amanda was right at 30 years old that we passed away 2 years ago.
Well, my mom passed away about 4 years ago from COPD also.
Exactly. And I'm not sure who all knows. I know Frank and Roger do, but we went to Old South Pittsburgh for my wife's birthday, August 29th. We've been going the last 2 years. We went last year. It was the 3rd year, and we turned around and left. Come back home, stayed home a week, and went to Gulf Shores for Labor Day, Gulf Shores, Alabama. What happened is she ended up having a cardiac arrest, pretty much had a heart attack in the ER on Labor Day. So that's that's why I'm doing this, because it was brought on by COPD. I've lost my stepmother to stage 4 lung cancer in 2013. Rogers lost family. Rogers got COPD. My dad was just diagnosed with it. So was I. It's a silent, deadly killer because let me tell you something. There's over 200,000 Americans right now that's living with COPD, diagnosed or undiagnosed, and it's a real sad disease, and there is no cure for it. So all the funds do go to COPD research. I'm not keeping any of the money. None of the people that are coming to this event to speak, like Roger, myself, Richard, all of us, we're all doing it for free.
Nice. Much
raising
respect.
awareness and having a good time.
Hmm.
Now, I have a bunch of information on COPD. I won't talk about all of it because, good grief, I could talk all night. I mean, I've got a booklet of papers about that thick, all about the different stages of it, and it explains, what goes on with it. And I can give you my personal experiences, which is sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not good.
Mm-hmm.
I have days where everything goes well, and I have days where I can't breathe good, and my breath's real short. And of course, I have these inhalers. This machine, CPAP machine that has oxygen on it. All this stuff is related. And like I said, some days are good. Like right now, everything's pretty good. There's some mornings I wake up and I can't. I don't think I'm going to make it to my machine to actually do the treatment before I lose my breath. I mean, sometimes it's really bad. The weather does help. I mean, if you're out when it's really hot like it, that's why I don't go out much now because it's so hot. It does make it harder on your breathing. In the wintertime when it's really cold, you do okay unless you smoke like I do.
And the Houston's on Third Avenue and the Pink do too.
When you smoke when you're outside in the cold, it seems like it makes you cough a whole lot worse than the average person would. But yeah, I mean, and I try not to talk about it a whole lot because I don't want to bring people down, and I don't feel, oh, I'm so sorry you're going through that, because I'm going to live to the fullest until I'm gone.
Mm-hmm.
And but if I can help people by talking about what I go through, and give them information, that they can look into, then I've done something to help somebody. So, that's the way I look at it.
I look at it this way, y'all folks. I look at it this way. Between Roger and myself and all the other guys that are coming to speak, between all of us, if we can help just one person, even if only one person we can help, we've done our job.
Yep. If one person gets the information they need, and I say this, I still smoke and I shouldn't. I've done it so long, quitting is like, I've tried everything and it doesn't work. I've tried the pills, I've tried the patches, the gum, the whole 9 yards. But if you haven't smoked very long, quit.
Oh, yeah.
While you still can, while it's not a hard job. Because where I'm at is where you'll be one day. And I don't want to see anybody there. So, if I can convince just one person, that's just started smoking, hey, you need to stop that. You're going to end up in a bad way. Then I've done something. And that'll be my legacy. I help one person to survive.
Exactly.
So, outside all that, paranormal is what I do. It's what I enjoy. And it also helps keep my mind off of the other stuff. So, when I'm out investigating and everything, that's when I'm at my fullest, and that's when I enjoy what I do. And I'm going to keep doing that until I can't anymore. So, I don't want people feeling bad for me. I just want people to say, hey, where'd you investigate at last week? I'd rather hear that.
And then whenever Roger gets tired of doing it, my bud's gonna tie him up with a rope and drag him behind me, so he'll still be going.
No, I'm gonna get one of them little red wagons. You can put a rope on it tied around your waist.
There we go.
I'm gonna sit back in a little red wagon, and you just gonna drag me around everywhere.
That'll work.
I'll fix your little red wagon.
But I would appreciate it. Anybody listening, man, if y'all want to go, you're more than welcome to. Tickets are on sale right now through Eventbrite. Roger's got the link on his website. I've got it on my website. My Facebook page is Scott Dodson is all over that. Open Soul Paranormal is all over that. It's all over Facebook. I mean, there's about I know at least 100 people posting and reposting stuff with the Facebook link on it and the Eventbrite page. It's both nights are $175 per person for both nights, and then just one night is $100 per person. And the only reason why I'm even charging for tickets is so I can make sure that COPD actually ends up with some type of donation.
Exactly.
Because let me tell you something, I don't want to go to, if I have to, I'll go to COPD and give them the $5 if that's all I got. But I'd much rather go hand them a check for $5,000 if we can make it to there.
Amen.
Because once this is over, I'm posting once I get the money tallied up, I'm posting the receipt on it. And I'm also posting a copy of the check that's made out straight to the COPD Foundation.
And that'll be awesome. Everybody can see.
That way they'll see where the money went. There's no money being spent on anything else except for except for the, making the donation. That's it.
Well, I want everybody to see that they actually help to, and I don't know if they'll ever find a cure for that. They might, but if they can come up with ways to help a person live a better life for the remainder of the time that they have, I think that's awesome.
Exactly.
So it's all for a good cause. I noticed Frank's over there. I see his head bobbing around over there. How many you got left, Frank?
Do what?
How many you got left? I see you bobbing around over there.
Well, the voices in my head were singing, so I was, It's one of my favorite tunes. I'm sorry.
Y'all have to understand Frank. Whenever the
I tell
singing, that's when you got to worry.
Vacation.
You guys, I've had an awesome time. This has been a blast. We'll have to do this again sometime.
Oh, yeah. This has been awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Round tables rock. They did. Round tables rock.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I mean, you can learn so much different stuff from different people. It's awesome. And plus you have fun. You cut up, and carry on, and some of us are like the court jester. I won't mention any names, Frank. But yeah, well, I mean, it's a lot of fun, and I know the people over in the chat room's probably been rolling, and that's all good.
Well, everybody's been rolling except for Frank. He's been nodding out.
Yeah, but he ain't nodding out. He's just over wobbling because he's he's been drinking that Irish coffee ever since we started. And
right. Light coffee, heavy Irish, but
yeah.
Hey Frank,
Mhm.
I've got 4 coffee pots for Old South, man. You ain't got nothing to worry about, buddy.
Good deal. That
That's
you
good.
know that people say what they want to. I think the coffee pot's the most important piece of paranormal investigation I have.
Absolutely.
No joke. I literally do have one of those big coffee urns like you typically see in the in the lobby of the hotels and like at gas stations, things like that. That you pump the top of it to get the coffee to come out.
Yeah.
Keep it hot for a couple hours. The team literally has 2 of those that go to investigations with us. One of them's mine, one of them's for the team.
Well, what you do is you bring you one of them little 1-cup coffee makers, and you wire it up to run off of a battery pack, see? So that way, even if you're in a place that doesn't have electricity, you can just flip your switch on and brew your little 1 cup of coffee there off your battery pack, you know.
Well, see,
Right.
Roger, I don't even
I
have to
thought
do
about
that. My wife was a medical assistant, and I know how to insert IVs. So IVs are going to be great hooked to the other end, hooked to the coffee pot.
an insulated flask before.
That'll work too.
People that don't know me, that really have the wrong idea. He's been turning that flask up all night. No wonder he's seeing ghosts.
Yeah, that's why Frank's so chipper. He's been turning that thing up all night long. What you got there, Frank? Death wish.
Black
There
magic.
you go. Yeah, I was reading the label on that Death Wish coffee. It's so strong. I forget what all it said, but it's supposed to be like some real potent stuff. And
Crack in the bottle.
I'm like, yeah, I got to get me some of that.
Magic.
Now, I buy the Great Value Dark Roast, and it's pretty good. You know, and it's not an arm and a leg, but I know there's better stuff out there.
Yep. So I gotta ask. I know Scott's got the investigation at the big event at Old South Pittsburgh coming up. Who all has investigated?
Who was investigating? We've been there a couple times.
Or has anybody on the panel investigated there
Where?
before other Scott at Old South Pittsburgh Hospital?
Oh no, I haven't been there yet, but I've talked to several people who have, and they say it's a trip.
Oh, it's active as crap.
Mm-hmm.
I've always wanted to go there, and now I have an even better excuse to go. So.
Oh yeah.
Well, Roger had a notion because the only thing he could have done is agreed to go, or I was gonna have my German Shepherd track him down. Not gonna hog time and time to the car. One way or another, that's how the ass is going.
The third floor is very interesting, and of course the basement.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, the basement is the one where supposedly
Wanda.
there's a female ghost that likes to.
The naughty nurse.
Yeah, he likes me.
Wanda.
And there's a janitor supposedly in the maintenance room. You can get a lot of stuff thrown around down there, like small objects, things like that.
I thought he was fixing to say there's a janitor in the room that likes women, but
Well,
He might like the naughty
who
nurse.
knows? We then I know a lot of doors open and shut. I've had that happen to me a couple times up there.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the third floor in the nursery.
Yeah.
I heard a baby cry in that area.
Oh yeah, it's very active. It was last year. We've got a lot of EVPs from the nursery and also just on the second floor by where the bedrooms are, actually right there at the nurse's station, it was very active as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well,
that's where I plan on setting my DVR up at.
Yes, sir.
Did I ever tell you about the experience that I had when we investigated up there in October? In one of the rooms, the rooms that were set up for the people investigating to sleep in.
No.
Felt someone's and mattress went down and everything.
Good Lord.
So yeah, it was just like someone was sitting there.
Mattress.
I thought what he's saying is somebody came to sit down on the bed.
I was with some people there, and one of the groups I had there experienced something in the psych ward where it happened to us. there's supposedly a patient there, and I can't remember her name, what her name's supposed to be, but she's supposedly in that one room, and
Margaret?
possibly I'd have to go back and look. But it's I believe we caught her voice on EVP. We asked about her the last time we were there.
What did the voice sound like? Have like any type of accent, you remember?
What? Accent?
Accent?
Mm-hmm.
Not that I recall, but I mean, like I said, it's been a while. I'd have to go back and listen to it.
Oh. Reason I was asking is that there's a video that we recorded. Matter of fact, we've got it on our YouTube channel and on our Facebook page from when we investigated up there. On the third floor, we had a Class A disembodied voice come through that spoke in a British accent of a woman saying hello, and one of the investigators had their pocket get tugged just before the voice came. And we have that on video.
Have you ever seen an apparition?
But we also have. Say that again.
Have you ever actually seen a full-bodied apparition there?
Bodied apparition. I have seen a few shadows there that I couldn't explain. So it's quite active. I mean, when we investigated there, on the third floor there was we had one of the doors. We asked if then, can you bang on the door at the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, and immediately we start getting bangs on the door. Well, then we walked into one room and we were closing the door back, and it's like something just pushed it shut as we were closing it. And the whole time we were up there at the other end of the hallway, we saw shadows moving from one room to the other, and there were no sources of light, no nothing. It was completely dark. So
that last bedroom on the left, Frank, if that's the one you're talking about, down that hallway on third floor.
Now I watched one of Frank's videos from up there, and I saw a woman at the far end of the hallway, and you could see that his camera was like at this end, but this woman I saw was at the other end of the hallway down there, and he says there was nobody supposed to be in there, but there was a woman, and she looked as real as you do, walked across there. And I don't think he had noticed it before. I said, there's a woman down there walking across the hall. And he said, well, there ain't supposed to be anybody in here.
Yeah, I can't label it as paranormal because I haven't been able to actually, analyze it that much, but there wasn't supposed to be anyone there, so, and it's definitely none of the investigators, so.
Now,
I don't know, that was...
Go ahead, Melinda.
Oh, when I was in the pharmacy area, I was inside the pharmacy. I looked outside the windows. I saw a little boy, looked like he was about 4, maybe, blonde hair, just was walking down the hallway and disappeared. That's the only full-bodied color apparition that I saw there. Of course, that's when I had put my camera away. That's the way it works. But that's the only apparition I've seen there. But I've seen shadow figures.
Well, guys, the way we're planning on trying to run, it is during the day. As long as you have at least one person with you, you can go anywhere you want until we start investigating.
And I really don't have to.
Okay.
So until we start investigating tonight, did you repeat that last part?
Yeah, I said what we're gonna do is during the day, as long as you have at least one person with you, you can go anywhere you want to in that hospital at all three floors. And then at night, we're gonna split off into groups and do it into groups, like one group on the first floor, one group on the third floor. That way, there won't be no evidence contamination. And then at the end of the night, we're gonna try to get everybody together in the records room and do a huge ghost box session with everybody there.
Wow.
But
So
the only condition is no, you can go during the day. Like I said, you can go anywhere you want to. Just don't go. And nobody goes by themselves. They have to have at least one person go with them,
Okay.
Right.
just for safety precautions, just in case something happens, and you want to have somebody there with you that can notify somebody.
Right.
But this is going to be one heck of an event, guys. I'm telling you. Right now, a court, from just the little bit that I've gathered so far, just the numbers I've got on it right now, counting speakers and everything, there's supposed to be anywhere from 50 to 60 people so far.
so yeah, it's definitely an awesome location. And by the way, for anyone who hasn't investigated there, the rooms that you sleep in used to be the old ICU rooms.
Exactly.
Matter of fact, they still up on monitoring hooked the double beds that were in there.
Hmm.
So, and there is activity in there. Trust me, I know.
Oh, yeah. Well, just to give everybody a little background on the last time I was there, right before my wife passed away, the weekend after. Uh, Whenever we were there, we was doing a box session in the records room. That box session lasted over 2 hours for a straight box session. Had a friend of ours named Kim. She came up there with a Connect system that actually hooks to an Xbox. She hooked it up to her laptop, and of course, my wife was standing up there, was telling her to raise one arm and this, that, and the other, so we could watch it on Connect. Well, after my buddy Blaine did it, then my wife got up there and did it. Everything was fine. All of a sudden, we told, my wife's name was Jamie. We said, well, say goodbye, Jamie. And she still had her arms and legs straight next to each other, her arms down by her legs, by her side. We caught this on video. The next thing we know is we look at the Connect system on the laptop. The right arm raises up and waves goodbye to us, and she never moved. We have it on video, and there's going to be copies of it there. But that my friend Kim is actually bringing back up there this year to show people. She said that Connect system has not worked right ever since.
Wow.
So it's going to be interesting.
Whoa.
That's one of the most not. I would say that's probably one of the most active locations in Tennessee.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm looking
Scott, well,
myself.
I was telling you, Scott, I was telling my trip that we'd have to get together. Well, I had to give you a couple ideas of some experiments to run up there.
That sounds good.
Might be fun.
Oh yeah, it's always fun when I'm up there and you're up there and everybody else is. Because we always literally, guys, we'll sit in the break room and everybody just pig out, be eating and everything. We'll be sitting in there cutting up, telling bullcrap stories, just making people laugh. If you don't laugh, have a good time, and leave full, I promise you, there's something wrong with you. It ain't us. Because I promise you that you will enjoy yourself. My sides hurt for 3 days after I left there last year because it was so friggin' funny. Because think about it, and I use the analogy one of my buddies used. Okay, you want to laugh, you want to cut up because spirits are going to react more to that. I mean, think about it. You don't want to go in there and provoke and all this other stupid crap because let me tell you something. How would you feel if somebody walked in your house and then turn around and started cussing you. You're going to do one of the two things. You're either going to cuss me or you're going to shoot me. One of the two. You're going to be pissed off. Go in there with having
Mhm.
fun, talk to them, make them laugh, stay stupid stuff, even if it's your own expense. Make them laugh, make them feel welcome, and that I guarantee
Mhm.
you're going to get more activity out of that than you would any other time.
Right. And you'll have more unique experiences too. I we investigated the USS Batfish. It's a World War II submarine. We did that one back in May, I believe. And we investigated there. Talking about that, we're out doing a ghost box session, and instead of the typical "How did you die? What is your name?" blah 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 stuff, I'm out there asking if where they are, if they have beer, and what they like better, beer or coffee, and stuff. And one of the statements I made was, I said, "Man, there is no coffee out here. I'm dying here. I need a cup of coffee. Who else would like to have some coffee?" And I had one of the strangest experiences right after I said that. Everyone that was out there with me, we all of a sudden got a phantom smell of coffee, and it was quite strong. Two people walking up didn't hear me say anything about it. Actually, were the first ones to notice the smell of coffee kind of drifting down our way. And we're outside now, and no one out there has any coffee or anything. And so it's kind of neat. That was the first time I ever got a phantom smell on request.
Wow.
So,
Yeah.
yeah, being out of the box, it definitely.
Being laid back, and also remembering who you're possibly speaking to, what time time from the past you might be speaking to. I think some people forget when you're talking about your equipment also. Uh, the age group you might be speaking to. If someone says your K2 or your EMF box or detector,
Right.
people are going to be like, what the heck are you talking about? I always say, if I think I might be dealing with a child, I could say toy. You see the toy in front of me?
Mhm.
Or do you see the toy with the pretty lights? Or do you see the box if
Or
I'm
the
talking
object.
to the object in front of me if I'm talking to a adult? But I think that at least I've heard a lot of people that forget about that.
And you're onto
Right.
something about them responding well to food. I'm reminded of our just recent investigation at City Cafe. The owner came up and asked. We had asked all kinds of questions, and we got some good answers. But she come up and asked, "Well, how do you like your bacon in the mornings?"
Yeah.
And it comes across. You get this really clear answer across the ghost box. Steak.
Hey, that was great.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty good.
We
Yeah.
also investigated a place that had been a gentleman's club back in 1865, and I brought a cigar with me, and I held it out, and I said, "Well, what do you think about a woman? What was it?
Do you like
Do you
that
like?"
woman smoking up here? And we got a very southern
Yeah.
accent that said, "I don't."
It was great. Very, very southern. I loved it.
Yeah.
Y'all, we have been going for nearly 3 hours, and it's been a blast. I've enjoyed every bit of it.
Y'all
But
think this is something? This is only 3 hours into it. Try 2 days, y'all. Come up to Old South.
Sounds great.
well, and you think we're gabbing about all this crap now? Just wait till we all get together and start gabbing.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah. You'd have to get one of us a bottle, the other one a pacifier, and then to run the other one away.
Well, as long as you put coffee in my bottle, I'll be okay.
That'd be all right. Hey, you gotta give me something stronger than that. Hell with it. I'll go ahead and admit it.
Tell us what food to bring.
Whatever the heck you want, but honey, because I'm gonna tell you, I'm going to Publix. I'm going to buy the day I leave, which will be Friday morning. I'm gonna get up there early because I got a bunch of stuff I got to do up there first before anybody gets there. But I'm going to buy 4 boxes of chicken from Publix. I'm going to buy sandwich meat. I'm going to buy a loaf of bread, drinks. Hell, I know of one person in Iowa is bringing a whole crock pot of stuff to make sloppy joes with. People are gonna be bringing little snack cakes and more sandwich meat, more bread. I mean, bring anything you want to bring.
All right.
Like I said, what we usually do, if you don't want to share it, that's fine. You don't have to. What we usually do is turn around and just each person brings something, like a thing of drinks or like a cake or or sandwich meat or something like that. We throw it all in a pot and everybody just goes to town whenever they get hungry. We still had a half a tank truckload of stuff left over from last year that we had to turn around and start just giving away to people.
Well, you didn't have Matt come last year, so.
Hey, you trust me, I've gotten bigger since last year, so I can hold more. I'm on a diet between now and August 26th, so I can make sure I eat the 27th and 28th.
There you go.
Well, I worked real hard to get this.
Well, and you are going to be.
Do what for Frank?
Well, you are going to be going through some of the more to get to Old South Pittsburgh Hospital. So, if you're not sure what to bring, just see what might run out in the road in front of you on the way up. Drag it along.
Good point.
Really?
Call it mystery stew.
Yeah,
mystery meat.
Hey, Roadkill Cafe. There we go.
Mystery meat.
Right.
We can give Blaine the mystery meat.
I got 2 possums.
He missed the show. He can have the mystery meat.
Yeah, right, I brought 2 possums. Yep, this is a raccoon, and there's a Siamese cat.
Ain't a possum can't be had anywhere.
But you guys, I'm becoming a vegetarian now.
Hey, y'all think we're funny? You think we're funny? Wait till you meet Bill and Sherry whenever they get up there. Bill actually has a huge, and I'm sure you've seen it if you've seen the event poster, a huge baby face that actually goes and it's a baby face mask that he wears. He'll tell you a story about when he was in school. His school was so poor, the only thing they could afford for a bus was one of the retarded kids' short buses. So that was his ride to school in the short bus. He'll sit here, and I promise you, the way he words it and the way he says it will make you fall out of your chair laughing.
What you got against us kids that rode
When we was kids, we were so poor. We lived in a house so small you could throw a water rake down and have wall-to-wall carpeting. So,
water rack down and have wall-to-wall carpet.
And I'm probably one of the ones on the short bus, so it's okay.
So we in it.
Well, I was the smartest kid. Of course, there wasn't but 2 of us, and the other kid used to eat paste. I might have licked the windows a few times, but I never ate paste,
At least I know a fellow window licker. Hell yeah.
When I went to school,
right, always get excited on Friday.
Barefooted 6 miles uphill in the snow.
No, that's just because you got turned around. He got lost hill both ways.
Sad thing is, Frank, hey, Frank, Roger, these folks ain't gonna know what in the hell to do with none of us. They gonna think we're the ones that need to be in Bryce.
There you go. I went to Waverly Hills and they had a room ready for me.
We need to get up there. We haven't been there yet.
Oh, that place is awesome. It's huge too.
Yeah.
Oh, and I had to in the morgue. I only got like 2 or 3 good EVPs up there. Well, maybe 4, but I was in the morgue and they got the 2 freezers in there. And the old boy that was with me, I said, well, I want you to slide me up in here. And I had the recorder running. I asked her if there was anybody with me. And I got a very plain response that said, I'm with you. I thought that was just cool. And on the 5th floor where the nurse
It's like, no, you were. I'm running.
On the 5th floor where the nurse supposedly hung herself, I was asking if the nurse was there, and I got an EVP that sounded like a little old lady that said, help me walk. And of course, you know the stories. They removed ribs. They did all kind of stuff, you know, trying to help people with the tuberculosis, you know. And I assumed she was one of the patients who survived the operation but wasn't very stable anymore. You know, you remove ribs and stuff, your skeleton's not going to be stable. So I assumed it was one of the patients, but that was pretty cool. The one EVP I didn't get that ticked me off was in the death tunnel. I had a recorder running. We were sitting about halfway down on the step, and I had a recorder running. And we were just snapping pictures here and there, you know, and you couldn't see nothing. It was just pitch black. And all of a sudden I started hearing heel-to-toe footsteps coming up from the bottom. I mean, you couldn't have got any plainer, you know. And I'm telling dude, I said, you hear that? Somebody's coming up from the bottom. There's something coming up. Oh, it's the concrete settling. I said, concrete don't settle heel to toe, man. You know, I mean, it just don't. But my recorder did not pick that up, and I was so mad. Oh, God. I played it back, and it was just blank. And I'm like, what? You couldn't, how did you miss that, you know? But,
Well,
yeah, I mean, it's a great place.
Oh, yeah.
I'll go ahead and tell any of you, you know, that's coming to Old South. Anybody see any of the speakers or myself start running, don't ask freaking questions. Just turn around and run.
Well, let's put it this way. I usually run towards stuff, so if you see me running the opposite direction, you better run with me, because it's something pretty bad.
Exactly.
And, of course, me, with the breathing and all the stuff like that, I can't run very fast. So you guys that are in better health, y'all get away. They'll catch me, and they'll be satisfied, and y'all just keep running.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
We had a EVP that it was in the basement of
a business that we did once.
yeah, and they basically it counted out the number of people in the room and then said, I'm going to kill you with a shovel.
Dang!
Yeah, it was interesting, but
That kind of makes me laugh. I mean, there was no shovel there because, I mean, so.
Well, maybe it was the people there when they were there.
That's true.
possibly.
That's true. But of course, like it was an EVP, so we didn't hear it till later. So.
Now, the only disembodied voice I ever heard was at a house my daughter and son-in-law used to live in. It was out in the country. And they had a little shed that set out in the field, and you had to walk through a gate to get back into the yard, you know, and we left from the shed out there and come back through the gate, and I said, okay, y'all can follow us, but you can't stay. And we were walking on up, and there's a tree between that gate and the front of the house. And by the time we reached that tree, you hear this voice that came right out of there and said, "I ain't staying." And I'm like, my son was like, "You say that?" I said, "Do I sound like that? Really?" Yeah. But and I did capture it on my recorder, and I do have it on Half Past Dead Paranormal page.
Have they ever said your name? Because we've had our names there several times.
I could have swore I heard my name, but and in some of those cases, you know, it's so faint you can't really tell. But I could have swore I heard my name a couple of different times. And I did have oh yeah, there was one EVP, and I don't know where it went. I can't find it. But we were at a little cemetery way out in the boonies, and they've let it grow all up, and it's real, and knocked over some of the tombstones and this and that. You know, it's a little small cemetery. And I was standing in front of one of the big stones that was standing up there, and I had my recorder laying up on top. And I said, you know, if you would like us to get this place cleaned up, you know, give us the name of whoever owns the property, and we'll see that they clean it up. So I was expecting something back, you know, regarding who owned the property or whatever like that. And the EVP that come back said is, "We're going to get you, Roger." I'm like, what I do? I'm trying to help you. So that's one time my name did come up, and I could tell that they were calling me out, you know.
Yeah. I got one that.
Yeah, I've heard
mine. Don't stop what you're doing, you'll die. That was interesting.
Well, the same place I was asking them to talk to me. I said, "Okay, well, I'm gonna go. You're not talking to me, so I'm gonna walk over here." And they said, "Wait, Melinda, don't go."
Wow.
This was on the ghost box.
We had something similar to that one time when we investigated for a lady. It was her daughter that passed away. She was supposed to be like 3 or 4 years old, and we were in like her bedroom, and we were just sitting around. You know, we were doing EVP stuff, and I don't know, it was maybe 4, 5, 6 people in there in a circle. And we got up to leave and everything, and you hear this little girl's voice that says, "Don't go."
Right. That's like I got one at an old rehab facility as we were leaving the building. Captured an EVP that says, "Come back." But I think one of the strangest experiences I had was at Old South Pittsburgh Hospital, and that was when there for several seconds we heard my voice coming through the ghost box.
Wow.
That was kind of odd. That was actually in the recovery area on the 3rd floor of Old South Pittsburgh.
What could possibly cause that? I mean, what any explanation could cause that?
Well, I mean, one, you know, there are a few things that come to mind. Me personally, we can subconsciously project our voice over electronic devices. I think that some of the EVPs and ghost box responses we get are actually from ourselves instead of ghost, but it just didn't add up at the time. It wasn't me replying to an answer. But it sounded exactly like my voice saying, "Hey, can you see me here?"
Huh. That is weird.
Yeah, definitely. I guess one of the more interesting things I've heard, disembodied voice-wise, we brought that up earlier, was right here. We were back in our bedroom, and this was right after this place had gotten really active, and we had prayed blessings over the home, and it had calmed down. But we were in the bedroom and we just started to talk about it, and we were like, I wonder if that old woman's still here. And as clear as you can hear my voice from in here in the living room, we heard, I'm still here. I mean, out loud,
Yeah.
like she's just yelling it down the hall.
So in other words, don't think you got rid of me.
Tell about the little boy though when I was doing dishes.
Oh yeah, something slapped her on the butt.
While I was doing dishes, I had my hands down soap.
And then must have run out the back door because I'm in the backyard. And the weird thing about it is it sounded like it ran a circle around me. And it was in the middle of spring. There's no leaves on the ground, but you can hear leaves crunching like somebody's running through leaves.
So a few seconds later, I opened the door to the back of our house, and I'm like, what just happened?
Yeah.
It's just,
That was weird.
He looked up at me like, something just ran around me. I'm like, well, something just, hit me, playfully, but.
Yeah.
And I've seen a little boy in our house, and we've seen a teenage girl, and then the lady and a Union soldier ran through the house once. So.
Yeah, it's.
We had a friend that passed away. He got basically got stabbed to death up in Rockford, Illinois.
I'm so sorry.
He had stayed with us for a little while, and after he was murdered or whatever, and it was like shortly after, like 2 or 3 days maybe. My wife is a stickler. When you're in her jungle, you put the toilet lid down. That's just something you do. And so I always do, because I don't want to hear which I did. I was taught that as a kid, but I always did anyway. And he was bad about leaving the toilet lid up. Well, she was taking a shower one day, and I had come in and used the bathroom, and I put the lid down and went out the door, went back in the living room, and when she come out of the shower, she said, "Did you come in and use the bathroom again?" I said, "No, why?" She said, "Well, somebody left the toilet lid up." And it was up. And then it might have been the next night or something, or she had said something about bending over to pick up a basket of clothes in the hallway or something, and somebody pushed her from behind. Kind of like playfully, just nudged, And then I had went to bed one night, and everybody was still up in the other room, and something come up, and you couldn't see anything, but you could feel the whole bed. Something was bumping the footboard of the bed, shaking the whole bed. And I said, well, that was just Alvin saying hello. I'm here. But that was 3 strange things that happened right after he passed.
I felt bad about the soldier because I was just doing laundry, and I turned around, and he was there with his musket, like holding it like this, and he looked at me like he was scared that I saw him, I think, and he turned around and ran through the wall, basically. So I felt like I scared him just seeing him. You know what I mean?
Okay, you bring up running through the wall, and which of course where you live may not have been there when he passed through there.
Right.
It was a lot of farmland, basically.
And we think there was a farmhouse where we.
Yeah. Also, there is and I brought this up before, an older house that has been changed somewhat. Like there used to be a door here, but now it's just a solid wall.
Mm-hmm.
You see spirits that'll come like from the yard and go through the wall into the house.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm saying that's because there was a door there when they were there. And they're just going through that same door that they used to go in and out of, when they were alive.
Right. I mean, we've dug in our yard and for a fire pit, and we've dug up cedar posts that from fencing and, when there was a farm here, and there's plantations through here, and there was a Union encampment just up the hill from us.
Oh, wow.
So, and he was a Union soldier.
Oh, wow. Maybe one day I'll get to come up there and visit and check that out. I'd love to go up there, especially with a metal detector. That'd be awesome.
Metal detecting. Yeah, we've got one.
We've
Well,
got
I'm gonna take it up there to where the Union encampment was and see if you can find anything.
Well, my dad has a big farm too, so maybe we can go up there. There's homesteads up there.
Oh, awesome.
yeah.
But I'd love to do that. I wanted to take one to Shiloh, God, when we went there, but no, they don't let you do that stuff. And somebody had told me that they had one that folds up, and so it's like pretty small, and the base of it, the wheel, the bottom part folds down, and the handle folds down, and you can, and they said they actually can put it like inside of a jacket or something. And so they was able to go in there with it and use it. They said they had found, you know, some buttons and stuff like that. But that would be pretty cool. And of course, if you were going to do that, Gettysburg would be an awesome place to be able to do that, because you know there's a lot of stuff out there.
Oh, I'd love to go there. We've never been there.
Yeah, I want to go there. That's another bucket list place of mine. My main bucket list place is Penhurst. That's where I want to go.
Oh, wow.
You know, I mean, I really want to go to Penhurst. I mean, there's asylums all over the place, but Penhurst had to be one of the worst places as far as how people were treated, and you know there's got to be some stuff left over from that.
Definitely.
I'd like to go to Clover Bottom here in Tennessee, but I know they still do business, and they have administration offices here in Tennessee. Clover Bottom.
Yeah, it was a special needs hospital, wasn't it?
But I think they're still running it as far as administration and physical therapy and stuff like that.
What about the poor farms? That I know there was some up around that area.
The what farms?
Poor farms.
Poor farms.
Poor farms.
Farms. Not familiar with them.
Kind of like asylums, but not really. I mean, the patients work grew the crops, worked the fields, all that stuff, and they would take in like vagrants, and that's where they sent all the people that were what you call homeless nowadays.
We have a couple of there's a couple of Civil War era homes in our area. We managed to investigate one of them, and I know the history there is that the doctor there would hide Confederate soldiers in a secret room upstairs, and I mean they have stuff like that. If that's the sort of thing you're talking about, but it was a doctor that ran the house.
That sounds familiar. I think I may have read something on that before.
Mm-hmm.
But now what I'm talking about is they called them poor farms, but they were more or less like asylum, orphanage type places. And they would have like, I guess the closest thing I can think of it would be like dorms or barracks or whatever, and they would have so many people, and of course they were segregated, but they would take in like people with mental problems, people that were homeless, vagrants. They didn't want them on the streets because they were an eyesore. So they would send them to these poor farms and stuff. And they grew their own crops. They were self-sufficient. They grew their own food. They raised their own stock. They did all that. And the patients actually worked the place.
You know about what parts? What about what parts they were in?
I'm wanting to say somewhere up around Nashville, in between there and down toward Shelbyville and all that.
Could be, yeah. We'd have to
I'd have to look into that.
Yeah.
Because I haven't heard it.
I know there was more than one in Tennessee. I can't think of where they all were, but seems like I read something about one being up, the other side of Nashville, somewhere around down in there. I can't think of the name of it. And it ain't been that long ago. That shows you how well my brain works. It ain't been that long ago that I was reading on this stuff, because I was looking for places to go. And, I love the asylum stuff, going to asylum places and stuff like that. And, when I'm reading about asylums, I start reading about poor farms, and they explain all that, and I'm like, well, that's pretty interesting. And of course, they got the one up in Illinois, that it's Illinois State Hospital for the incurably insane. It's up around, oh heck, what's the name of that place? I know it, and I can't. I even talked to the guy up there about it that runs the place, and something with a B. I cannot think of it. If I figure it out, I'll let you know. But anyway, that's another asylum up there, or it was called the Illinois State Hospital, the Hospital for the Incurable Insane. Had 2 or 3 names, I think.
Mm-hmm.
There's supposedly like a couple of cemeteries there also on the location. And you know there's probably places like that they didn't have names, they would put numbers on them. You know, so you didn't really know who it was just number such and such. And you think about all that, you know, number one, you're buried out there, nobody knows who you are, nobody knows where you are. And those people were the people that when they died, nobody come and claimed them.
Mm-hmm.
So there, you know, there's a lot of sad emotion to places like that. So you know there's activity in places like that.
Yeah. That's tough for me. I worked with special education for like 14 years. That would be like hitting home for me.
Well, anyway, Scott's kind of nodding out over there. I think he's muted. He's showing a little. There he is, but he's still muted. You're muted, dude. Unmute yourself.
I'm still here.
Hey, Frank's muted too.
Oh yeah, I always mute my microphone while I'm not talking, so I don't
I'm just
cut
trying
in
to
on
keep
anyone.
from backfeed.
Anyway,
Do that too.
let's jump over here and see what's happening. Okay. Courthouses were tax-supported residential institutions to which people were required to go if they could not support themselves. Yes, that's what I was trying to get at. What you would call a vagrant. You know, no money, no job, couldn't support yourself, living on the street. They were considered eyesores to the community, so therefore they would send them to these poor farms. And I would imagine probably orphan children went there. The sick and elderly went there because nobody wanted to deal with them. You had your mentally unstable people that went there. So you had all kinds of. I remember reading about one where they said they even put criminally insane people in there with the regular people.
Wow.
So, you know, I mean, that
Well,
was
you know, a lot of your were there were a lot of people sent to asylums for that reason. Not that it wasn't that there was any mental or psychological problems with them. It was that they weren't making it. And on the flip side of that, a lot of children who got sent to these asylums weren't there for mental. The parents couldn't afford to keep them.
they were there because their parents didn't want or couldn't afford to or didn't want to raise them.
Right. They got dumped off there.
Yeah. So there's a lot of sad history places like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I know there's one up around Nashville, and it may have been between Nashville and Knoxville or up around in there, but I could have swore there was one supposed to be more to the south there, which would be closer to where you guys are. If it's still there, it may not be there anymore. And also there's supposed to be an old asylum or hospital up there in Nashville that's abandoned. And I don't know about whether anybody can get in there or not. But
I think I know the state hospital in Nashville. I believe.
You talking about the Tennessee State Hospital?
Yeah, I want to say
I
that.
get in there.
Yeah, we tried that a while back, and they said that it was so bad on the inside that it was dangerous to go in, and they wouldn't. Yeah, no, just like structurally bad that they didn't want people going in.
Yeah, I got a letter back from the State Department of Corrections in Tennessee because we wrote the State Department of Corrections about it, and they said there's no way we can do anything. It's too bad to even mess with.
Oh, they said the same thing pretty much about the old prison.
Yeah.
And I'd love to go there. Also, in I want to say '95 maybe. Brushy Mountain Prison closed.
That's what we were
That's
just
what we were
thinking
just about to
yeah.
say to you.
And we've been trying to figure out how to get in there.
We've been talking to, or we
I
talked to
got
them
a hold
last.
of them, and they sounded interested after they got their rebuilding done, but then they told me to contact them January the next year, and I couldn't get them to respond. So, but they apparently remodeled it and turned it into like a tourist sort of place.
Oh, okay, that figures.
Yeah.
So basically, you could go in there as a tourist, but you're going to pay for it, and it's not going to be the same because you're going to be with a bunch of people who don't even know what the heck they're doing.
Well, I don't think it's even paranormally themed. I mean, I think it's more along the lines of it's an event center or something like. I think Don't quote me, but I believe it's something else. Like they either have events or other businesses out there. Or
Yeah,
something.
but the rest of the building can't be.
I mean, the prison's
all.
still there. I mean, I think they're repurposing a lot of the old buildings. But I mean, they have a website. You can go there and find out about that.
Well, I wouldn't really be interested in the main building. I'd want to be in the cell block area, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We can try again, though.
Yeah.
Well, if you get a hold of anybody and it's possible for anybody to get in there, let us know.
Yeah, we'll team up.
We'll team up.
Because I would love to get in that place. And Eastern State also.
Yeah.
Scott,
Hey,
quit talking so much. Can't get a word in edgewise with you gabbing over there.
I'm telling you.
Well, guys, I hate to leave such good company, but here in just a few moments, I'm going to have to call it a night myself. But information that everybody's had tonight, you know, on a lot of different subjects.
It's been awesome, you know, and I don't care, and I'll say this till I die. I don't care how much you think you know when it comes to paranormal stuff. You can learn something new from somebody every day.
Exactly.
You know, and that's what makes paranormal unity a great thing. And of course, a lot of people, the reason why they don't want to be involved with that is because it takes away from them being number one and their possible TV break, you know.
Yep.
You know, well, it ain't never going to work. You know why? Because you want to be number one. That's why.
Yep.
You want to get noticed and be the next Back Zaggins.
You mean
I was having a conversation. You know, conversation I was having today. Someone who's not in the field was asking me what I thought the biggest setback was that the paranormal community has, and I said it comes down to one word, and that is ego.
Yep.
Yes, definitely.
Definitely.
You know, if you can't work together, how do you ever expect to gain knowledge? Because you're not going to gain it by yourself.
Exactly.
You know, you have to work with other people. You have to learn techniques from other people, and they learn from you, and that's how you grow in the field. We did a Fayetteville Hospital up in Fayetteville, Tennessee, and we worked with Roger T. Hill and one of his teammates, and I thought that was an excellent time. I enjoyed that. You know, I want to work with other people. I want to learn from people. I want to, and you know, if I can teach them anything, you know, by all means, that's what it's about. By all means, that's what it's about.
Hmm.
Yeah, if your number one, if your number one mission isn't helping people,
Then
and
you're in the wrong line of work.
exactly, you see those people all the time. They're trying to be the next TV show, and that's
Yeah.
their one. And it's great if you can get that. I mean, it's great if you can get something cool going for you or your group, but that's not your primary
Objective.
No.
It's not your
Well,
problem.
the thing about it is, if a TV network would let a team do a show and let them do it their way, it'd be interesting. But
Right.
as it was brought up earlier, when you go on those shows, it's scripted.
Mhm.
You know, and you say what they tell you to say.
Hmm.
You know, if they tell you to say, "Oh, I seen a spirit over there," that's what you say, whether you saw one or not, because it's all about ratings. You know,
And the thing is, we can't react the way they're going to say react. We can't
exactly.
scream. We can't, you know, we
Oh,
can't do
when
that.
you round this corner, you scream real loud. You know.
Well, there is one group that can do that. We've all seen it already. It's the Ghost Brothers, the black group. Have y'all not seen
Oh,
that one?
We haven't seen that.
Oh
I
my
haven't
God, man!
watched it, but I've seen a little clip from one of them, and they're a joke. Okay.
Frank's got his head down. What's wrong, Frank? Was you related to them or what? What happened up
Right. Look, why you got to bring up their relation? Nobody was supposed to know about that. Okay. That's
there?
uh,
I'm pretty sure it's all
that way I
shook.
got to call up half my cousins.
Well, damn
But
it!
no, I was just thinking about it, and like everyone was talking about with the reactions that they give, the 9-year-old girl that just got spooked by something, and you know, or the dude run,
Yeah.
I mean, if just my personal way of thinking, if I see somebody react like that to not seeing anything at all, to just hearing a noise or whatever, there's no way I would take them seriously. And it's kind of in the paranormal, who's been on the most investigations and stuff, by just watching them. Come about midnight and at the investigation, the the new people, they're over there, eyes wide open, wired half on edge and everything else. And your people that have been in the field for a while, or you're having to poke them every few minutes to keep them from snoring. and and when you got someone that's panicking all the time, over the slightest little thing, there's no. So I just guess the producers didn't get that memo. But
Right.
Well, you got to realize too that the audience of these shows, the general public, they're fed on movies like Paranormal Activity and The Conjuring and all these movies where
yeah,
it's gonna grab you and drag you down the hallway and rip
Yeah.
your face off. I mean, come on,
And I've been asked so many times by teenagers, and whatnot, is that how it really is? And they're so serious. Is that how it is? No.
If it grabs me and drags me down the hallway, it better take me out for a cheeseburger first.
Well, and another thing is, a lot of people, when they get into the field, they get into it because they've been watching Ghost Adventures and Ghost Hunters, and and they think this is all it is. It's excitement. You go have fun and you do this and you have a dude run moment, and they don't think about all the hours of time you have to put in afterwards, going through hours of audio and hours of video and pictures and all this stuff. They're
Sitting
just looking at the
16, 18
excitement part
hours,
of it.
sitting 16, 18 hours at a location just to get 1 2-second EVP either.
Yeah, they're looking at the
That,
excitement of it all. They're not looking at the boring, dragging, hours of staring to your eyes bug out of your head.
right.
Looking at video clips or looking at, pictures or, straining your ears to hear that one little sound.
Yeah, we had a bump.
That
Go ahead, Frank.
I was just thinking about what Melinda was saying earlier about people asking if it was really like they see in the movies, and if someone asked me that, I would probably say yes. It is terrifying. They drag you down the hall. They possess you and they scratch you and rip your face off. And I'm looking for alive.
Slam you through doors and walls and windows and doors.
Obviously.
Frank's the type of person that'll let a newbie that I call bait. He would let one of them sit there for 8 hours listening to evidence just to hear Frank fart on the other end of the dang
Then I would be the one that would tell them, yeah, it's exactly like in the movies. And, matter of fact, that's why we're recruiting for the team is, we're missing on the last case.
And you got a sound on there that's really weird. You can't understand. You say, "Here, put these headphones on. Listen to this."
Right.
And there's this thing, right? And it goes through, and there's nothing, and at the very end, you hear this.
It's demon.
Well, we were in this room and everything, and we were recording, and a bug farted.
Tell them that's what demons sound like.
Yeah. But it is, it's and another thing, and this is one of the things that really bugs me about people that get into it, is all they know is what they saw on TV, and it's not like that in real life.
No.
And they'll run out and start investigating stuff and don't have a clue what the hell they're doing. And I said, look, if you want to get into it, great. We need more people in the field. But go with an experienced team for a little bit and learn what you're doing. Then if you want to break off, make a team up of your own and go do this, that's great. But don't go out and start going in people's houses not knowing a damn thing about what you're doing. Oh, you got 5 demons running around your house.
No, that's just Fred and Charlie. They came from the basement.
Right.
Well, we had a real
that hole in the wall.
We had like a real eye opener as far as that goes. During one of our past paranormal careers, we investigated a theater, and we shot video of the whole thing, and we put the clips together, and they were going to show it before the Halloween movies, the movies around in October and all that, but we showed it to them, and they're like, well, we didn't see anything. Well, I'm like, you expect us to make them dance? I mean, it's what do you want them to do?
I mean, we had Ghost Box, we had EVPs.
They didn't want it, and they ended up having a blank space before their movies came on for the audience, which was interesting. But
well, see, that's the thing about it is they don't always play on cue for you. You're not always going to get that great shot that you want.
Yeah,
right.
And just about anywhere you go, you get EVPs. But to catch, those shadows or those apparitions are going to come. If they want to show themselves, they will. If they don't want to, they're not going to. So you may get something and you may not. It's a chance you take. And if people want to use a script for a movie, if they want to throw a little something in the front of it, everything, and they're expecting you to come up with 4 or 5 apparitions, that may not happen. Maybe all you're going to get is some EVPs.
Don't you hate that when you're on an investigation, you don't get anything? You're like, but when I turned the camera on, I yelled action. What? Were they not listening? What's up with these ghosts? They're broken. These ghosts are defective here. They're not talking to me. I said action 3 times already. They haven't moved anything. Or
Go in there with one of those movie clip things.
that's nothing.
They need
Okay.
some coffee.
Right. And you're on in 5, 4, 3.
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, I wonder if that would.
But you
I
know, and I'm gonna say this, and you know, I might hurt some people's feelings for saying this, but I don't care. You know, that's like you were talking about earlier about these people who watch a few ghost hunting shows and think, oh, well, I'm gonna get out there. You know, no experience, never read anything, don't know anything about it. And they get out there and say, well, I'm going to start my own team. And, you know, they get a buddy who's watches the same shows they do, and they're out going in people's house, telling them all kinds of crap. And you know, you get to that point where you have to start calling, okay, well, these people called you, and they want you to come help them based on your experience in dealing with cases like this. So what happens if the client that you have has cable TV too? What experience do you have to base it off of?
You know, and they've been watching
they
the
can
same
sit there and
shows that
watch it
you
on
have,
TV just as well as you can.
and they're watching these shows and they're saying, "Oh yeah, I hear that's going on in my house." So, you know, so they call you up, and you watch those same shows, and you go in, well, this is what's happening, and you go, "Oh, I saw that on episode last week."
Well, that's kind of
Right,
like
right.
I'll even pull one on Frank here. This is kind of like the little joke he tried to pull on me and my wife. Oh yeah, go take care of this shit for me. Yeah, I have the damn way to go see some psychotic some gun. Yeah, look at him laughing. That wrote Bible verses on himself because he didn't take his freaking psychotic medication. There was nothing in his house.
That guy ended up. That was one. All I can say is I'm sorry. That one was nuts. I didn't know it was that bad. but yeah, you run across them. That's for sure.
Yeah, Frank did that shit on purpose. I did something to piss him off.
No. I mean, if I'd known it was going to be like that, there were several people I would have loved to have called just to.
Now, the one investigation that I'm going to bring, I'm not going to tell you, just so you know. We went to a house, and these people, when we got there, it was me and another guy. We got there first. We're out in the backyard, and first thing I see when I turn around, there's 2 telephone poles on each side of their double wide with big transformers on them. You know, so the red flags go up automatic. And I'm going to tell you that they opened up a drawer and showed Dusty where they kept their drugs. He's supposed to be showing him the paranormal hotspots, right? Opens up this drawer. This is where we keep all our drugs. And then the lady had a 15-foot invisible anaconda up on a shelf wrapped around a tie tree. And yeah, that was one of them. That you never know what you're going to run into when you get out there.
Yeah, living or scared.
Well, you know, the bad thing about it is it's not just the crazy clients. I mean, you got investigators out there running around that are just as you know, have just as much of a dire need for medication and evaluations going on. Someone who was telling me about Gation, and one Hikikin talked into the cookie jar for 15 minutes because he thought it was possessed. And that is no lie. That is dead serious. It is on video, him talking into the cookie jar. You know, and I'm thinking, you know, if I'm a client, I call somebody over, and they talk into my cookie jar for 15 minutes, thinking there's a ghost in there. You know,
he was looking for the Keebler.
You know, it's like people wonder why the paranormal field doesn't take it.
There
Right.
might have been a keeper elf in there. You never know. I mean,
Somebody ate his fat ass.
uh,
And I still think
Right.
that
But,
dummy that Frank sent me home. I think he did that on purpose just to screw with me. I don't care what he says.
now, if I'd known it was going to come out like that, there's a couple of people I would have called. But it would have been fun watching them squirm.
I
well,
think Frank just wanted to test me, is what it really was.
had I knew ahead of time what we were running into that night, there's another certain team in the area here where I would have sent them that one.
Oh man!
But you know,
You should
you
have.
live and
You should
learn.
have seen Jamie. She was about ready to go to Frank's house
Yeah,
and
that's,
strangle his ass.
But you know, I mean, you just never know what you're going to
it's
run
like, get
into.
along. Team settle down.
Now, I know Matt and Melinda's probably had at least one case like this that
Oh,
they
yeah.
want to share with us.
More than one. We
At least it didn't involve me.
I won't say where, but we got called out on with another group that we were with at one time, and we went out in the middle of nowhere to this guy's place, and we get there, and his eyes are blood red, his clothes are all tore up, the house is in shambles, the family's already left. He claims that there's 20-foot holes dug out in his property where supposedly there's some gold hid, and because the spirits told him to dig it. And he wants us to go look at these holes out there in the middle of the night. And on his table there was like an axe handle and a pistol and a machete. So we said we forgot our cameras.
No, well, we said a prayer.
Yeah, we prayed. We did pray with him, but then we said, well, you know, we left some stuff. So
and I said, you know, I had some papers, a bunch of papers to grade, and when we left our camera crew. Not that we had a camera crew or anything.
Right. Well, you can't go anywhere without your camera crew, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
And you're supposed
Right,
to
yeah.
stand up on one of those pits like Matt Zaggins and go, "This is portal to hell. Come up here and get me."
Yeah.
You know, at that moment, what I wouldn't have given for just a mouse or something to have crawled across his foot. That would have been the best outtake ever.
If something did come up and grab his leg or something, now that's where everybody, the camera crew, should be filming his ass to see the big brown spot that's going to come up.
He told me, I do remember that when I was looking through the house, the lights weren't on. And I went into one of the back bedrooms, and he came up behind me and he asked me if I needed the light on. And I said, no, I'm fine. And I looked around, and he told me later, you know, because of that, I assumed that I was a seer. And I was like, me? I mean, I don't think so. You know, I never have been one, and I definitely don't think because I didn't need the light on in that, you know, in that room that I'm a seer.
I bet you're right. I see you right now, and you need to go up yonder somewhere so I can do what I gotta do.
But you have to be an oracle to see in the dark.
Right. That, yeah. Should have told him. Yeah, you know, I'm always a seer when the lights are on. Not that good of a seer in the dark. I'm just saying.
Man, I'm telling you though, there's so many crazy things you'll run into. Oh, we went to one house in Union City, Tennessee, and I call it the wrong turn house. if you ever saw the movies.
Mm-hmm.
But there's three people. There's the girl, she's like 18, and you can tell that her deck is missing a joker and an ace or two. But and then there's the dad and the stepmom, and they were telling us all this shit that's going on and this that, something about a farmer with an axe back in the old days, that on the farm where this other house is, and he come to that house and kill some people or some shit. And anyway, so we went up there. We did, you know, our thing that night, and supposedly this girl is gifted, right? She crossed these people over, so they're not bothering them anymore. Well, then she starts calling up Dusty and telling him he needs to come back. There's stuff going on, and me and this other guy went by there because we were in Union City, and we stopped by there, and they were telling us now not only is the daughter gifted, but the stepmom and the dad are also gifted. And the stepmom was telling me that, well, her Native American ancestors didn't know that she knew she had the gift, but since she knows, they're going to give her more gift.
Mm-hmm.
So we're dealing with this, right? So then me and him made up an excuse. Well, we got to be at, you know, at another place here in about 20 minutes. So we left. Well, then they called Dusty, and he went back, and he said the girl was telling him, and you got a picture. She's in a little 8x10 room with a closet, right? And I'm talking a small little closet. And she's telling him that there's 11 portals in this room. And she hears something scratching on the wall in the closet. And he said, I opened the door, and the first thing I see is a 2-inch mouse hole at the bottom, and he's eating flies. And he said, that's what's scratched at your wall. But yeah,
See,
that
the
was
proper response for that would have been to say, you should have said, well, that's okay, we can help with that because I'm a shaman with my tribe. My tribal name is Here's Bullshit from Crazy Lady. And
Or Chief Chasing Mouse.
yeah. Oh, my tribal name is Chief Mouse Shit, and I promise you I can get rid of this demon in your wall. If you just give me a mouse trap and some cheese, I'll fix you right up.
Working.
We'll send you through the portal when we're done. Yeah, one of them.
right,
Oh,
right. It's like Lucas. They'll come out and do this exorcism for you.
You know, I'm sure we could probably sit here and think of 1,000 stories of crazy stuff that's happened, but
Oh, yeah.
but it's you know, you can sit back and laugh about it later, but at the time you're there, you're like, what the hell did I get myself into? And you shake your head like this, you know, and you're like, anybody home?
we've actually been pretty lucky. That's only happened
Maybe once or
once or twice.
Yeah, it's most of the people we get in touch with, most of our clients have been really good over the years. And
most of them are. You're gonna run into your loonies every once in a while. You know, and you guys were talking about being in the middle of nowhere, pits dug in the yard.
yeah,
You guys were at the wrong turnhouse.
It was scary. Yeah, definitely scary.
And of course, if I had a camera on me, I would have had to done a back zaggins moment at one of them pits. If this is the portal of hell, why don't you come up here and get me?
It was like way out in the woods. We wouldn't even go near it because he wanted us to follow him. So
He dug pits out in the woods.
Yeah, it was in the woods behind his house, and he wanted us to follow him out there, so we wouldn't go.
He was going to show them the portal of hell.
Yeah. Yeah, he might have been planning on putting y'all in one of them pits and throwing a little dirt in.
Add us to the investigator.
Yeah, he showed.
That's when you say, well,
I'm sorry.
well, this is my home block, and I'll take it with me on investigations, and
Yeah.
for protection against evil spirits. Just saying, it's here.
He might have been the guy that y'all were hearing in the basement that said, "I'm going to hit you with a shovel."
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
All right.
You know, and I've already got the pit dug, so. Crazy stuff, crazy stuff. Hey, you guys, this has been awesome. We're coming up on 4 hours.
Wow.
And I have enjoyed it. I've had a lot of fun.
Only a day and a half to go.
Yeah, only a day and a half. But yeah, it's been a blast. I love it. Michelle left earlier. I muted her when whoever it was come to her house and they were all talking. I was trying to hear what I think it was Matt was talking or something. I couldn't hear because they were talking back there, and I muted her. Well, then when she come back, I saw her sitting there, and I tried to unmute her, and I couldn't. So I guess she assumed that we deliberately didn't want to hear her, so she left. I don't know. This was a while ago, in case anybody's wondering why they ain't heard anything from her.
Yeah.
She got scared.
Yeah, it was that demon coming up from the pits of hell. It was flying.
Came up and grabbed that mute button.
Yeah, he did. That's what it was. He wouldn't let us release it, so it was all the demon's fault.
Well, if she done had her last two, there wasn't no fun left no more. Now she done had it.
Well, she said she was leaving when she finished her 2 bottles. So maybe she finished her bottle and left. I don't know. Anyway, she was there, and I had gotten up to go open the door to let my dog back in, and when I come back, she wasn't there. So I'm assuming that she just either she left or she couldn't hear anything. Well, no, if she was muted, she could hear. She just couldn't talk. Right? I think. Anyway.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
But I appreciate her coming. No, she was interesting, and we've had a big time. I've enjoyed this. Frank was going to leave 30 minutes ago. But see, you get Frank
Get him another beer and sit back down. Hell with it.
you get Frank talking, and he can't help himself. He gets wound up.
Right.
He said, "I'll drink another beer or two, and then I'll start on my coffee. Let's go."
There you go.
I'll drink to that.
Everybody, make sure you drink us on Facebook.
Now, when you run out, Frank, you got to get your coffee and start chasing. Or you've been doing that all along, chasing that with your coffee.
No, I just made 2 showers.
By the sound of me chasing something.
Hey, Angela, if you're there. People coming in, I don't even know they're there. Angela's one of our regulars. She's usually always here. Now we do on Monday night. Christina Corsetti and myself do a show called Paranormal Graveyard, and it's usually different topics depending on what we want to talk about at the time. I think Monday we're going to be talking about angels and spirit guides. So that should be really interesting if you guys want to come and check that out. Yeah. And then on the 25th, we're going to be doing a show on dreams. So that is the lovely forte for the next couple of weeks. Now, I usually do the Half Past Dead show on Wednesday nights. This was a special thing that we set up and to get everybody all together. And Scott's over there just grinning.
I watched Frank. He looked like he's already in a dream.
I'm over here multitasking.
He had his hat down over his eyes, just like he's
I thought it was over exercising. No. Now you got to switch arms every now and then so you don't build that one muscle up too much.
Let's see. Wait, one.
Anyway, yeah, and I also do on Wednesday night. If I don't have a guest lined up to do Half Past Dead, I do a show. It's called Ghostly Stories, and there's a page on Facebook for that. You can go check that out. And every now and then, like we'll do something like on a Friday where it's something special or something like this, and we're going to have to do this again sometime.
Oh, yeah, this has been fun.
Yeah, it's been a blast.
Definitely. Thank
and
you.
especially after Old South, we're going to have to get together and do all this again so we can talk about what all went on up there, how crazy everybody is.
Or how hated Frank got. No, he sure wished.
See, Frank don't know it yet. He thinks he's getting out of it by saying he's got to be here or he's got to be there. But Scott and I are going to slip down there tonight. We're going to knock him in the head. And we're going to drag him up there. He's going to wake up.
I'm going
What
to
the
do
hell
it
am I
the easy
doing
way.
here?
I'm just going to do it the easy way and kidnap his damn woman and take her up there. That way he has no choice.
That might do it. That might do it.
Yeah, if you get them involved, they get crazy. That's for sure.
Anyways, it's about 2 minutes till 11, and we've just had a blast. And I hate to do it, but I know Frank's wanting to go take care of some stuff, and I'm sure y'all probably have things to do.
In other words, Roger has to go take a piss.
Well, and Roger has to take a piss, and you know how it is when you get old, that bladder thing, you know. But, and I lost my paranormal pampers, so you know.
Well, Zach Bagans has quite a few pair you could borrow.
I remember when I seen that on Facebook as paranormal pampers, you know. Yeah, but you know, that's in case you get the shit scared out. I loved it. I had to share that one. But yeah, I get some funny stuff off of there, crazy stuff off of there. I remember one. I'll tell you this story real quick before we shut down. The one my wife laughed so hard about, and I was in here, of course, and she was in the other room, and she was on a laptop or something at the time. I can't remember. But I had seen this post where it said, what you can do with your opinion. And it was done with pictures describing what you can do with it. And it starts out, they're wadding it up like this in their hand. And then it shows them laying on their side on the floor with their legs pulled up in the fetal position. And it shows them with the hand going back and shoving the opinions. And I don't have to tell you where. But I shared that, and my wife run across it, and all of a sudden I hear this, and I swear she laughed for 30 minutes. Then she scrolled down looking at some other stuff, right? She's scrolling back up and hits it again, and all of a sudden you hear it again. It went on for another 10, 15 minutes. I'm like, damn, it wasn't that funny. But she laughed so hard I couldn't help but laugh. I laughed till my sides hurt. But that's just some of the crazy stuff that you see on Facebook. People post some funny stuff on there.
Hey, it's more fun than a pop-up Playboy magazine.
I like the one she sent me about the guy fishing. And he said he'd run out of bait, and he had his legs draped off the end of the dock right in the edge of the water. And he felt something brush up against his foot, and he looked down and he said, "There's a snake with a frog in his mouth." And he said, "I knew the frog couldn't bite me the snake couldn't bite me because he had the frog in his mouth. So I reached down and grabbed him behind the head, and I took the frog out of his mouth and put it in my bait bucket." And he said, "I was just trying to figure out how I was going to let this snake go without getting bit, right?" He said, and it dawned on me. He said, "I reached over and grabbed my fifth of Jack Daniels, and I poured a little shot in his mouth." He said his eyes rolled back in his head, and he just went limp in my hand. Said I let him loose in the lake. Said I put the frog on my hook, and I cast it out, and I'm sitting there fishing. All of a sudden, I feel something bumping my leg against it. I looked down and said, "There's that damn snake with two more frogs." And with that, I'm going to say good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thanks for coming, everybody. We'll see y'all again soon.
Thanks, buddy.
Take care.